A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. And Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, Madison High School instituted a course in automobile driving a short time ago, and our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there, was put in charge. She's had over a week to get used to her additional duties, but she still isn't very happy about them.
And why should I be? Most of the students who enroll in the course take one lesson and then drive as if they're on the Indianapolis Speedway. As a teacher, I've never minded marking my pupils, but I have a definite aversion to having them mark me. Last Thursday at breakfast, my landlady offered a few consoling remarks.
I know it's a lot of additional work, Connie, but think of the satisfaction involved. Not just to you, but to the entire profession.
You mean the medical profession?
No, the teaching profession. Look what you're doing to help the traffic problem.
Well, I have eased the traffic problem a bit. Since I started teaching, there are at least 10 fewer cars on the road.
It's not only traffic, Connie. Your students learn courtesy to pedestrians, too.
Oh, you're right about that, Mrs. Davis. That's one thing I absolutely insist on. Each of my pupils must take a half hour off to visit the hospital his particular pedestrian is in.
You can kid if you like, Connie, but you're doing a fine service, and you should enjoy doing it.
I wonder how you'd enjoy teaching a student like Stretch Snodgrass, Mrs. Davis.
It is difficult for Stretch to drive a car.
It's difficult for Stretch to spell car. He almost got me into a real jam the other day. We got into some heavy traffic, and I asked him to let me have the wheel.
How did that get you into a jam?
He took it off and handed it to me. Oh, well, I'll get used to it, I suppose.
Of course you will. Now, you finish eating, Connie. I've got some chores to do out in the kitchen. Want any more of anything?
No, thanks. There are still some slices of French toast left over. I hate to see them wasted. That's Walter Denton. They won't be wasted. Come on in, Walter. The latch is off.
Miss Brooks, we who are about to die salute you.
Salute acknowledged. What do you want with your French toast, sugar or jam?
Oh, didn't you hear me, Miss Brooks? I am the bearer of extremely tragic tidings.
I'm sure they can wait until you've had a little breakfast. Now sit down.
All right. But I had one breakfast at home, and then I just stopped by Harriet Conklin's house, and she insisted I have another breakfast with her.
Oh, I see.
So I'll just eat a couple of these plain.
Here you are, Walter. Now, don't try to talk while you're eating. I don't want to hear a word out of you until you're all finished.
So be it. It's like this, Miss Brooks. As you know, Miss Brooks, I am the manager of the Madison High School Orchestra. And as you also know, this is the weekend of the big music festival at Oakhurst, wherein high school bands from all over the state compete for a silver cup.
Go on.
Now, I'm well aware of the fact that you have your own problems, Miss Brooks, but you've always been interested in mine in the past, and it is my fond hope that you continue to be interested in them, especially this one. Are you interested, Miss Brooks?
I'm so interested it frightens me. But please get to the point a little more rapidly, Walter.
Okay. The point is, our beloved principal, old Marblehead Conklin, Mr. Conklin, he insists on going on his trip and playing his tuba with the band.
Mr. Conklin wants to play with the band?
Yes, ma'am. I've stood for many things from that man, but his tuba is just too much for me to swallow.
Especially after 3 breakfasts. But, Walter, I didn't think faculty members were eligible to play in the band.
Well, they're not. But he thinks he can get by on a technicality. You see, Jason Brill, the principal of Clay City High, got special permission last year to do a violin solo with their band. And Mr. Conklin feels that anything Mr. Brill can do with his violin, he can do with his tuba.
I'd like to hear him try Flight of the Bumblebee.
It's no laughing matter, Miss Brooks. He's sneaked into band practice so often lately that they're practically ruined. Unless they get to practice by themselves in Oakhurst, our chances for winning are sub-nil.
That's about as poor as chances can get. Is the band going up to Oakhurst after school today?
Yes, ma'am. And you've got to see that they go without Mr. Conklin and his 39 pounds of stale plumbing.
But why me, Walter?
Because someone very near and dear to your heart has the interest of the band very near and dear to his heart.
You mean?
None other.
Since when is Mr. Boynton so interested in music?
Well, since he bet Mr. DeWitt, my history teacher, that Madison would win the band contest.
But Mr. Boynton doesn't bet. He's opposed to gambling. He won't take a chance on anything. More's the pity.
He didn't bet money, just a new hat.
Mr. Boynton doesn't wear hats, Walter?
The hat isn't for him, it's for you. He wants you to have it for Christmas. Of course, I just happen to be eavesdropping at the proper time. This is all a big surprise.
Yes, it is, wasn't it? I'd like to see the band win the contest, too, Walter. Hat or no hat. Mr. Boynton or no Mr. Boynton.
Let's not go overboard.
But what I'm trying to say, Walter, is this. How can we keep Mr. Conklin from playing in Oakhurst with the band?
There's only one way, Miss Brooks. By sabotaging his tuba. That's a very hard instrument to replace. After all, tubas don't grow on trees.
It's a good thing they don't. If Isaac Newton had been hit by a tuba instead of an apple, we wouldn't have any gravity today.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Going into Daddy's office?
Yes, Harriet. What kind of a mood is he in?
Very good for Daddy. He's practicing on his tuba. I just came out of his office.
With that wind behind you, I'll bet you came out faster than you went in.
Daddy got a new teacher last week. He's really working at it this time.
Who's he taking lessons from, Jack Benny?
No, ma'am. As close as I can recall, his teacher's name is Pendarvis T. Marleybone.
That's close enough.
Miss Brooks, I know that Daddy wants to play with our band in the contest, but confidentially, I don't think he'll help their chances any. So if you can think of any way...
I've been all through this with Walter Denton, Harriet. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a very important date.
A date?
Yes, with 39 pounds of stale plumbing. See you later.
Good luck, Miss Brooks. Let me know how you come out.
Stick around. You might have to catch me.
Come in.
I know you're practicing, Mr. Conklin, and I don't like to disturb you.
That's very considerate, Miss Brooks. Good day.
But I couldn't help stopping by to wish you luck with the band contest.
Well, thank you, Miss Brooks.
What selection have you chosen for your solo?
I thought I'd try something a little out of the ordinary for my particular instrument. The Flight of the Bumblebee. Do you think that would be effective?
Oh, yes, sir. That should really knock 'em deaf. Dead. Conklin, if I keep very quiet, would you mind letting me stand here and listen to you practice? There's time before my class begins.
I didn't know you were so interested in music, Miss Brooks.
Oh, yes, indeed. And the tuba's my favorite instrument.
Really? Since when?
Since I first heard you play one. I'll never forget that day, Mr. Conklin. It was about 6 weeks ago. I passed by the music room, and you were playing the beautiful Blue Danube.
But how can you remember so clearly?
The rest of the band was playing Kiss Me Again. That is, they soon realized their mistake, and you all played beautifully together. So much so, Mr. Conklin, that lately I've been thinking of taking up the tuba again.
Again?
Yes, sir. I took several lessons on it when I was a little girl.
But isn't a tuba an awfully heavy instrument for a little girl?
That's what my mother thought. So I took the lessons on a piccolo. I never did get anywhere, though. I guess there just wasn't any incentive. But now that I have a virtuoso right in the same school, well, would you give me a few pointers, Mr. Conklin?
Well, Miss Brooks,
I have a friend who played the tuba with the Philharmonic. I could ask him, I suppose, but I figure why take lead when you can get platinum?
Oh, you're so right. What would you like to know, my dear?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to start with the fundamentals. It's been months since I was a little girl. How do you hold the tuba, maestro?
Here, I'll show you. Just take it in your left arm.
Like this?
Not quite. Hold it more as if it were a baby. There. Have you got it? Have you got a firm grip on it?
No, sir. Oh, dear, I've ruined your wonderful tuba.
Oh, let's hear it. Oh, thank goodness there's no damage done. None whatsoever.
I guess I was pressing. Please, Mr. Conklin, could I take another crack at it? I mean, would you show me the proper way to hold it?
But I've told you, Miss Brooks, hold it like you would a baby.
Like this?
Yes, only not so high. And you've got to have such a much firmer... Careful, Miss Brooks. If that's how you'd hold a baby, it's a good thing you're not a nurse.
Is your beautiful tuba ruined this time?
Yes, Miss Brooks, it is. There's a big crack in the bell, and the mouthpiece is jammed into the horn. It'll take a week to repair it.
Oh, then you won't be able to play in the contest tomorrow.
Oh, yes, I will. I can borrow a tuba from a friend of mine in Oakhurst. Fortunately, his instrument is out of your reach. 450 miles from here.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Conklin. Darn these short arms.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene.
No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate's, while not mentioned by name, was the one and only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest.
So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, by the time I met Mr. Boynton in the cafeteria for lunch, I still hadn't thought of a way to keep Mr. Conklin from playing with the band. Just before I went up to get my dessert, I told Mr. Boynton of my dilemma, hoping he might be able to help. As always, he paid rapt attention to what I was saying, then came up with a brilliant suggestion.
Why not try the cherry pie today, Miss Brooks?
Either you haven't been listening, or I've been talking through my lima beans. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Boynton, is that so far Mr. Conklin is still going to perpetrate his tuba with the school band.
Well, there must be something we can do to stop him. This means quite a bit to me personally.
Really? In what way, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I'm unalterably opposed to gambling, as you know, but in this instance I did make a small wager with Mr. DeWitt that our school would win the Oakhurst contest.
A wager? You didn't.
It's just the price of a new hat.
Oh, what a cute idea. How much does the bet amount to in cash?
Oh, it isn't important, really. Just the thought behind it that counts.
That's very true, but just for kicks, how much money is at stake?
Well, $2.
Seems like enough. I can surely get a one-propeller job for that. But to get back to Mr. Conklin, Walter told me in class that the band was going up in individual cars.
And Mr. Conklin's going in one of them?
No, Walter's seen to it that each car is completely filled with students and instruments. There's just no room for Mr. Conklin.
Well, that's promising. His own car was pretty badly banged up last week, wasn't it?
Yes, but it's in the school auto shop and should be ready today.
Should it?
Yes, it shouldn't. Say, you might have an idea there, Mr. Boynton.
Who's been working on his car, Miss Brooks?
Probably someone very competent, but Stretch Snodgrass also spends a lot of time in the shop.
And Stretch Snodgrass isn't the most brilliant student at school, is he?
No, Stretch Snodgrass isn't the most brilliant student at school.
Stretch Snodgrass may not be the most brilliant, but he's sure loaded with charm.
The fellow we wanted to see. Pull up a chair, Stretch.
Yes, take this chair right here.
In a minute. I ain't et yet.
Please, Stretch. I haven't eaten yet.
Well, you're on a diet. I ain't. Gosh, I can't decide what to take today. I'm in a real mental quarry.
Please, one marblehead in school is enough.
What's the reason for your quandary, Stretch?
I can't decide whether to take the chicken a la king, the lamb stew, or the meatloaf.
Why don't you wait till tomorrow and take the corned beef hash? Then you'll get all three.
Say, that's a swell idea. Wait till tomorrow and get all three. Boy, you sure got plenty brains up there in your chromium.
My chromium?
Yeah. You know, your gray matter. I bet you got some twisty curves in your cerebellum.
Well, I guess my Sarah's as curvy as the next one. But, Stretch, what we wanted to ask you about was Mr. Conklin's car.
Yes, is it all ready to roll?
Sure. Where do you want me to roll it?
This boy is psychic. Now, we've got to be careful. Now, when Mr. Conklin lets us use his car for Madison's new driving class last week, it got pretty badly banged up, didn't it, Stretch?
But now that it's all fixed, it could be used to give one more lesson, couldn't it?
And what better pupil could we have to take the lesson than Stretch? I'll meet you out front in 10 minutes.
Not so fast, Miss Brooks. First, I gotta eat.
Of course you do. And I want you to eat a nice leisurely meal, Stretch. But there's one thing I want to tell you before you bolt down the sandwich. When you go to the garage to get the car, be sure and back it out carefully.
Okay, Miss Brooks. I'll see you in front of the school in about 10 minutes.
Now be sure and back it out of the garage, Stretch.
I will.
Well, Miss Brooks, if you're meeting Stretch in 10 minutes, you better get your dessert.
Oh, there's no hurry, Mr. Boynton. I don't think I'll have to give Stretch a lesson if he obeys instructions.
What do you mean?
You heard me tell him to back the car out of the garage, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, after the accident the other day, I backed it in.
Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton, I don't like to disturb your lunch, but I got to talk to you.
We're all finished, Walter. What is it?
Well, I just came from the school garage. Mr. Conklin's been in to look at his car.
How did he find it?
He just scraped the back wall with a penknife, and there it was. Stretch Snodgrass did something horrible again.
Good old Stretch. Now Mr. Conklin won't be able to drive up for the band contest.
But that's what you think. He's going on the 6 p.m. train. He'll be there first thing in the morning.
But that'll be disastrous. If he gets to practice with the band, we're sunk.
Don't I know it?
Miss Brooks, we've got to put our heads together.
You're right, Mr. Boynton. Goodbye, Walter.
Please, Miss Brooks, you've got to concentrate on the immediate problem. Your long-range aims can wait. I mean, you just got to keep Mr. Conklin from making that train.
Yes, but how?
Well, I don't know. All I know is he says he never sleeps very well on trains. So he's going home right after school and take a nap.
A nap? Wait a minute. I think I've got something. Come closer, Mr. Boynton.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Still closer.
Like this?
Goodbye, Walter. Here's the idea. If he's going to take a nap, maybe we can set the clocks back in his house so that when he wakes up, he'll think it's much earlier and miss the train.
But is that the only train to Oakhurst today?
Definitely. Oh, what an idea. Miss Brooks, I'd give $100 for the right to x-ray the remarkable gray matter in your cranial cavity.
Why, Walter, what a lovely thing to say about the cerebellum in my chromium.
He's asleep, Walter. Daddy's fast asleep on the couch.
I don't know how he can sleep with all that noise he's making. I sure hate to be your mother.
I wouldn't like that arrangement either. Now, you set back that clock over there, and I'll take care of this one on the mantel.
Okay. Let's see. It's 10 after 5 now. I'll just set it back an hour.
I'll do the same with this one. Then we'll take care of the clocks upstairs and in the kitchen.
Check. Oh, did you leave the front door open for Miss Brooks? She's coming over to help divert your daddy's attention until train time.
It's open, Walter. Now, you take the library clock, and I'll go up to the bedrooms and see that everything is set up all right in that.
This way, Stretch. Mr. Conklin's asleep on the couch.
Good. Now, you want me to set this clock back an hour, right?
Right. I'll set this one back on the mantel. There.
Gosh, he sounds like an angry sea lion. I think he's waking up.
I thought it was a car backfiring.
Well, I'd better get out of here. Mr. Conklin and me aren't on terms.
Miss Brooks, Snodgrass.
Oh, don't get up, Mr. Conklin. Just lie there and relax. We'll all pull up chairs and chat with you for a while.
Chat with me? But why? Snodgrass, there's something I'd like to ask you.
I thought there might be.
Did you have anything to do with wrecking my car this afternoon?
I'd rather not answer that question, sir.
Why not?
Because my parents brought me up not to be no liar. Well, I gotta go to football practice now. Goodbye, Miss Brooks. See you soon, Mr. Conklin, I guess.
It's just as well he left. I shouldn't upset my temperament before the band concert. By the way, it must be getting toward train time.
Oh, no, you've got loads of time, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, what time is it?
It's 3:15. See, by that clock over there?
3:15? That's peculiar.
What's peculiar?
As I recall, I didn't lie down until 3:30.
Well, you know how swiftly time passes when you're sleeping.
It might pass swiftly, but it doesn't pass backwards. Look outside, it's almost dark.
Oh, hadn't you heard? There's an eclipse of the sun today.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Miss Brooks. I hope you didn't wake up old Marblehead. Have a nice nap. How's every little whole thing?
Oh, quiet! What time do you have, Harriet?
Oh, you've got plenty of time, Daddy. It's only 4:15.
4:15? But Miss Brooks says it's 3:15.
That's a democracy for you. Everyone's entitled to his own time.
Now, see here, I've got to know just where I stand with that train.
It's 4:15, Mr. Conklin. That's what the time is, actually.
Then why did you keep insisting that it was 3:15?
Once I've had a taste of daylight saving, I'm a very hard loser.
Excuse Excuse me, but the door was open, so I just...
Oh, come in, Boynton, come in. Will you please tell me what time it is?
Oh, certainly, sir. It's
4:15.
No, it's 5:30.
Well, that's what makes horse races.
5:30? Then I haven't a minute to lose. It's a half-hour drive to the station from here. Fortunately, I'm off act. Hand me that valise, somebody.
Here you are, Mr. Conklin. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Did it catch your toes?
Just a few of them, mister. Now, I've got to get out of here. Boynton, did you drive over here?
Yes, sir, but my car...
It's too late for me to call a cab now. Will you drive me?
Me? Well, I'd like to, sir, but I've got a very important engagement in 2 minutes. It's vital, sir, and
Would you like me to drive you?
Miss Brooks, I can only answer that query by remarking that there is nothing more useless than a dead tuba player. No. If you don't mind, Boynton, I'll borrow your car and drive myself to the station.
Well, I guess that'll be all right, Mr. Conklin. It's parked right in front of the house.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, Daddy. Bye, Mr. Conklin.
There's one more favor I'd like to ask of you, Boynton.
Yes, Mr. Conklin?
May I borrow the keys?
Certainly. Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Boynton, how could you do this to us and to yourself? Mr. Conklin will make that train to Oakhurst easily now.
Oh, no, he won't, Miss Brooks. The reason I came over here this afternoon was to borrow a few dollars.
What for?
For gasoline. There's enough gas in my car to take it another 8 blocks.
Mr. Boynton, I could kiss you.
So could I.
Back away, children. He's been spoken for.
Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you K. Dumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean. Free of loose dandruff. Glistening with sheen. Soft. Manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, by dinner time, Mr. Conklin hadn't returned, and we assumed that Mr. Boynton's car had run out of gas, and Mr. Conklin had run out of time and missed the train to Oakhurst. But the next morning at breakfast, the phone rang, and Mrs. Davis answered.
Hello? Yes? Who? Yes, just a minute. Connie, it's for you. It's a message from Oakhurst.
Hello? This is Connie Brooks. What's the message, please? Yes, but what are you going to do for an encore?
This is Vernon Smith
reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luscious Green Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap. Each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse and pat dry. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
If you like mysteries that are as full of chuckles as chills, be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday over this same network. Don't miss the exciting and laughable adventures of these amateur detectives. Hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday night. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, we present the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Rod?
Well, Red, what are you so sad about?
Haven't you heard? Henry Morgan's losing his sponsor.
Well, why should you be sad about that? He's so funny, he'll probably get another sponsor right away.
That's why I'm worried. Might be my sponsor.
Why, Red, you know Mr. Raleigh thinks of you as a brother.
Yeah, every week after the program, he says, "Oh, brother."
But you're doing fine. While last week you were asked to entertain the Marine Corps at their 172nd anniversary. Mm-hmm. Did they like the act you put on?
Well, yeah, and in the middle of... I like to punch the guy in the nose that told me that would get a laugh. In the middle of my act, I heard one sergeant say, "Look, we took Saipan, we took Guadalcanal, but, brother, we don't have to take this."
Well, did anybody ask for your autograph?
One guy, but I turned him down.
Why? Was he the recruiting officer?
He was the recruit. Hey, wait, that's mine. That's Red, don't it? How do you like that? He can't think of an ad-lib, so he reads my joke. Hey, what's the news? What's the news of the day? Walter Kiernan wasn't on today. I was a little disappointed. I don't know what's going on.
On a vacation. He's got a sub.
Oh. Defensive sub, huh?
Yeah. Well, what's new, you asked, Red? They're talking about dividing Los Angeles into 5 boroughs with separate local governments.
5 boroughs, huh? Well, there's a jackass out in my neighborhood. That'll make 6, you know. They want Milton, they can throw him in, too.
Well, say, did you notice where the Davis Car Company of Van Nuys successfully produced the first 3-wheel automobile?
Well, that's a step in the right direction, but it's not far enough, you know.
Well, how do you figure that?
Well, the odds against the pedestrians are still 3-2. Hey, have you heard about my new invention? I've got a new invention. It's called the California Pedestrian Fountain Pen.
Really?
Yeah, it writes under automobiles. What else is in the paper, Rod?
Well, Red, did you know that last week California had the coldest November day in 36 years?
Yeah, I know. I woke up, my canary was wearing the cat around the house.
Now, listen.
Clem! Ronald Connor's on.
Just a minute, Mrs. Cadet Hopper. I'm about to tell our listeners about the revolutionary moisturizing process that makes the new Raleigh 903 such a wonderfully rich, full-flavored, yet milder smoking cigarette.
Well, now, Mr. O'Connor, you go right ahead.
Okay. Listen to this jet of fresh, pure moisture.
Clem!
It's moisturized.
Mr. O'Connor, are you calling my boy Clem a drip?
Well, of course not, Mrs. Cadet Hopper. I'm only telling folks that the all-new Raleigh 903s are moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars, present in even the finest tobaccos. But no other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants.
Why?
Because they're moisturized.
You said that.
Of course I did. That's what a jury of 14 distinguished doctors says about the new Raleigh 903. No other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants.
Mr. O'Connor, a jury of distinguished doctors came to see Clem when he was a young'un.
Really? What did they say?
Don't you believe it.
And now here's our beautiful Anita Ellis, who will sing her latest Mercury recording, Gold Earrings.
There's a story the gypsies know is true, that when your love wears golden earrings, he belongs to you. An old love story that's known to very few. But if you wear these golden earrings, love will come to you. By the burning fire, they will glow with every coal. You will hear desire whisper low inside your soul. So be my gypsy, make love your guiding light, and let this pair of golden earrings cast their spell
Thanks, Anita. That was really beautiful. The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire. He's got termites in the drumsticks now. Chapter... You feel better, Noisy? Huh? Chapter 10 is entitled The Honky Tonk Photographer.
Gee, ain't it nice, Willie, walking along the boardwalk? You like it?
No, I don't. People bumping into me all the time, they get me perturbed, they do.
Now, Willie, I'm not going to get mad at you tonight. This is our wedding anniversary, and this might help us recapture our love. Oh, look, a fun house. Let's stop and look in these trick mirrors.
No, they always make you look like something you're not and glad you ain't.
Look at the way I look in this mirror. My head looks square and my feet look like they're growing out of my ears.
I got news for you. That is not a trick mirror.
Oh, look, Willie, a photo gallery.
Yeah.
They only charge $1.
Yeah, Glamour Photograph Studio. Our prices are reasonable. You've let others take you, now give us a chance. Sounds logical.
I wonder if I'm still as photogenic as I used to be.
You were photogenic? Don't make me laugh. I should have gone to the wedding. You know, you're so ugly you have to sleep on your face all night to keep from scaring the covers so much.
Look, Ziegfeld, if you think I'm so ugly, why did you marry me?
Who said you were ugly?
You did.
I said you were ugly?
Many times.
You ought to be convinced then.
Willie Lumplum, that wasn't nice. I'm not so bad looking. After all, beauty is only skin deep.
Yeah, but homely is clear to the bone.
Let's go in and get our picture taken. It only costs $1.
I don't have $1.
Well, I've got a $10 bill in my stocking. I'll get it. Well, Willie, you haven't whistled at me like that since we were married.
I wasn't whistling at you, kiddo. I haven't seen a $10 bill since we got married either.
Oh, now stop stalling. Do you want to have pictures made or not?
Well, truthfully, I look a mess today. You know. The circles under my eyes are so big my nose looks like it's riding a bicycle. Well, now let's read what's written here. The circles under my eyes are so low, it makes me look like I'm wearing a Mustang. The bicycle's got it. Come on, Double Ugly, come on.
Oh, Willie, you can't mean that. I can't be too bad. Why, before we were married, you used to spend at least 20 minutes kissing me goodnight.
Well, I had to pass the time until the bus come, didn't I? Come on, we'll go in. If it'll make you happy, we'll get our pictures taken.
Well, welcome to Glamour Studios. Do you want your pictures taken?
You don't do embalming here, do you? If you do, you can take that circle joke that died and bury it. Certainly we want our pictures taken.
Well, do you want something in the comedy vein, or did you bring some other clothes with you? Hey, Mr. Clark.
Yes, Mr. White? Oh, is it Halloween already?
No. No, these two want their pictures taken. Before you focus the camera, you better put safety glass lens in to keep it from shattering.
Put a mic out there. Somebody's reading the lines with you.
I said before you focus the camera, you better put safety glass lens in to keep it from shattering.
Roger, right over here, folks.
Now, what background would you like to be photographed at? The Honeymoon Express? The bar room?
That sounds good.
Or maybe the Horse and Shade?
The bar sounds good.
Don't you have something to fit my personality?
You want something to fit your... You don't want to pose peeking out of a gopher hole, do you?
Why don't you play the game DDT?
DDT, what's that?
Drop dead twice.
All right, friends. Now, sit right over there. That's it. Now, let's see how you look through the camera.
Okay. Hey, let me take a look through. I've always wanted to look through one of these things.
Okay. Look through this glass right here.
Okay. Just a minute. What are you trying to pull? All I see is my wife in there. I'm not even in the picture. Hey, a white guy or something?
Naturally, you're not in the picture. How could you be in the picture when you're standing behind the camera here?
Let's not change the subject,
Look, you want a profile picture?
Yes. Get my legs in.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
You used to tell me that my legs reminded you of Grable.
I said Gable. Gable. Gable's legs are back and you got 'em, I said.
All right, now, sit down next to her and put your arms around her.
Okay.
Now I shall open the shutter.
Hey, what are you doing to that rubber ball with a hose on it? Look, Rembrandt. If you squirt water in my face, brother, you're gonna get it.
Now, look, take it easy.
You take it easy, Mac. I don't want to get my suit wet, see? I don't like practical jokes, see? This is one of those post-war suits. I wore the other one I got the other day in the rain, and the pants shrunk so bad I had to trim my shorts.
Hey. Could you two get a little...
Here, we'll make up something.
Please, could you two get a little closer together? A little closer? Closer? That's good!
Shall I turn my head toward her? I'm on the other side of her now.
Yeah, look at me. And take your big feet off my lap.
My feet ain't big.
No, you're the only fellow I know who's taller lying down than standing up.
Look, lovey-dovey, your tootsies ain't so tiny either. I stepped on your toes at the dance last night, and you didn't feel the pain till we were driving home. I think the big you have to use ironing boards for inner soles. Back out of the room to admire the rug. Feet jokes don't go, I'm sorry I said...
If you please, can you turn your shoulder a little to me, madame?
She ain't got no shoulders. Her neck sticks out of her hip. I still don't get it.
When you get home.
Oh, that's a good one, isn't it?
And look in the camera here. Yeah. All right, careful, smile. Yeah. Now watch the birdie. Yeah. Hold it! Oh, you broke my camera. You broke my camera!
Oh, shut up!
Listen. That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in even the finest tobaccos. A jury of distinguished doctors says this about the new Rolly 903. No other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants.
Yes, Rolly 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Rolly 903 brings you a rich, full-flavored, yet milder smoking cigarette.
Smokers follow the lead of Ella Raines, featured in Nunley Johnson's Universal International picture, The Senator Was Indiscreet. Miss Raines says, quote, I have changed to the new Rolly 903. Because it's moisturized, it tastes better and it's milder to smoke. Unquote. So do as Ella Raines does. Smoke Rolly 903. Moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants.
And now Dave Rose and his Rolly Cigarette Orchestra play Orpheus on Vacation, or Vaudeville is Dead. Well, that was Orpheum, wasn't it? Chapter 2 of The Little Boy and His Dog. Now, come on, puppy dog, come on. I'm going to feed you. It's almost time for supper, see? Now, I feed you now, and then you won't eat so much when Namo feeds you, and then you'll think you're a big eater, and you can stay, see? Now, come on, you sit down by here, and I open up the icebox now. Now, stay there. Right 25. Left 29. Right 10. I changed the combination again.
Wow. Now I caught you raiding the icebox between meals.
Well, who, me? What makes you think I would do the trick like that?
Well, if you weren't, what is the ice bar door doing open?
The ice bar door? You want to try it again? You want to try it again, Elmo?
Yes,
My grandpa drinks so much that we got an ice bar instead of a box.
Junior, what is the ice box door doing open?
I don't know. I got the slightest idea. Maybe the widow man that works in the light in there has come and called it a phone.
Junior, there's no man in the ice box.
There ain't?
No.
There was this morning. Grandpa came home with the milk truck again. And he said he was to buy the milk. And to prove it, he put himself in the ice box with the other 3 quarts.
Now, you know that's not the truth.
Oh, no? Then this afternoon, why did you put him out on the front porch with the other empties? Why did he get homogenized last night? Boy, he said he was half cream, he was. Now, every time he mentions food, he barks.
Oh, goodness, he's the homeliest dog I ever saw. Get him out of here.
No, he's a valuable dog, he is. He's a gopher hound. Come on, make friends with me, Nemo. Come on, doggy, come on.
What's he growling at me for? I'm not a gopher.
Well, I don't know. You can't fool a dog. If he growls at you, you must be a gopher. A gopher.
Get him out of here. What, he's the silliest looking dog I've ever seen.
Listen to him sing.
Just listen to that. He sounds like a tired coyote.
Please, not so loud. I know he sounds like a tired coyote, and you know he sounds like a tired coyote, but he thinks he's a tired Hildegard.
Well, you can't keep him.
Oh.
Where would he sleep at night?
On me bed.
Junior, that's not healthy.
I won't breathe in his face. Boy, his mouth is big and dark. I wonder if there's a light goes on inside when you close it.
Well, why don't you stick your head in and see?
Yeah. Oh, no! I ain't putting me widow thinker between his choppers, boy.
Well, I'm glad to hear you realize the danger of a strange dog.
Danger?
Yes. He might bite your head and break his teeth.
Yes. Oh, you sure does love me, don't you, huh?
Now, that's enough of your foolishness. Put him out and let him find his way home.
Oh, please, Nemo. Please let me keep the widow doggy, would you? I don't have anyone to play with. And the widow dog would be so much company for widow kitties like me. More people should get widow dogs for their widow kitties. And that way they take care of him and they will learn responsibility, see? If you let him run the street, somebody will get him for vivisection or something, you know? And I could keep him here and you can explain to me, Mummy, how much I love the puppy dog. And I'll be good to him, Nemo. Please let me keep the dog. Would you please let me keep the dog?
Oh, you know I'm a sucker for that Betty Davis act.
Yeah.
Get up. Yeah. Get up off your knees before the dog bites your ear. Raw meat makes puppies sick.
Yeah. Hey, you can't know he's scratching. What's wrong with him?
He's got a bite. He's got fleas.
He has?
Yes.
I want some, too.
You don't want fleas.
Yes, I does. Then you could buy some flea soap for me. I want 1,000,000 fleas just crawling all over me and bite me until you had to soak me in coal kerosene, you know. Then you could light a match and burn them all up at once. Me be the flaming torch running around with little barbecued fleas hopping off of me. Oh, no.
What's wrong?
I scared me, John.
Poor baby.
Yeah, poor baby.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless your heart.
Stop crying.
No, don't cry. Can I keep the dog?
I guess he'll keep your mind off of so many things to do.
Yeah, trusting old soul, ain't she?
Go outside and play.
Okay, come on, puppy, come on. Now, let's see. What can we do? It's so early in the morning. Let's shake the tree and see if the birds are asleep. We will wake them up. When Junior wakes up, everybody wakes up. Oh, look, there's somebody crawling through Mr. Fowler's window over there. Well, I'll show Namo what a good watchdog you is. Sick him, Nicky. Sick him. Go get him. Go get him.
Junior, it's me, Mr. Fowler. I got locked out of my house and I've got to go through a window.
Get him.
For goodness sakes, Junior, call that dog off. Can't you see it's me, Mr. Fowler?
I'm sorry. I don't have me bifocals on. Sick him, boy.
Your dog's got me by the leg of my pants. Call him off and I'll give you a big piece of pie.
Apple pie?
Yes, it's apple
with
pie.
Cream on top of it?
Yes.
And cheese on top of that?
Yes.
Wouldn't eat the stuff.
Junior, the dog is pulling on my new pants. I've never worn them before.
Yeah, you're never going to wear them again, either.
Junior, what are you doing? Good heavens, get that dog off Mr. Fowler.
But, Namo, they is good friends. Look how attached they are to each other.
Come here, Nicky. Junior, why did you let your dog attack Mr. Fowler? He wouldn't have done it if you hadn't ordered him to.
Well, I thought Mr. Fowler was a burglar. He was breaking in his house. I thought he was a burglar.
A what?
Well, help me out. I can't say it.
Burglar, darling.
That's what I said, a burglar. Burglar. Yeah, I wanted to prove that Nicky was a good watchdog, you know.
A watchdog, eh?
Yeah.
Well, he can watch you get a spanking.
No.
Now, you come here, Junior.
No.
Over my knee.
You lay a hand on me and you is in trouble.
In trouble?
I will tell on you.
You will tell what?
I know plenty, and I will tell. I will tell everybody that you used to be Buxom Burner. The lady wrestler you was.
I was no such thing.
Oh, no?
No.
Hey, Verner, do you think you could beat Toho Harriet?
Well, just put her in the ring with me and I'll strangle the ball. Junior.
Huh?
Either you take your punishment or the dog will have to leave.
Okay. I got it coming to me, and I should get a whippers. And anybody that got a little dog and he goes around sticking it on people like that, he should. Don't go. It's got to get better. Anybody that has a little dog and he sticks it on people like that, then he should get a whipping. He should whip him until he couldn't stand up. Now, and he shouldn't play in the streets with him either.
Of course he shouldn't.
Well, I see you still going to whip me, huh?
Yes, I am.
Can't talk me way out of it.
No, you can't.
You awful sweet now, more.
Junior, bend over.
If we don't stall like this, we're going off the air 5 minutes early. Okay, come on, Nicky. Come on. What I'm going to do is for you. Okay, Namo. Blaze away. You see, puppy dog, it's all your fault. Stop licking my face, will you? Stop licking me face. The licking I'm getting at the other end's bad enough.
Thanks for being with us tonight. We hope you liked our program well enough to do this again next Tuesday night. So until next Tuesday.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening, and thanks for buying Raleigh cigarettes.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
A brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh, sooner or later your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite with college men, servicemen, businessmen. Men everywhere who know and appreciate quality pipe smoking. Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Raleigh's invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Listen to People Are Funny with Art Linkletter next Friday, and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Campbell's, the cigarette that's first in the service. Campbell's stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Hayes. Tonight's special guest, star of the 20th Century Fox picture Tampico, Miss Lynn Bari, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Boy. What's the matter? Hey, Abbott, come on. Help me get dressed, please. I got to get to the broadcast right away.
Take it easy. There's lots of time. What's the excitement?
Excitement? Tonight we're having Lynn Bari as our guest star, and I'm going to make love to her. Boy, oh, boy.
All right.
See, if I'm late, she might walk out on me.
So what? Let her walk out. There's plenty of fish in the sea.
Yeah, but who wants to park in the dark with a shark?
Oh, please. Never mind. Come on. Get your clothes on and let's go.
Okay, now, kid. Hey, listen, Abbott. I'm waiting for my new suit. Boy, it's going to be beautiful.
It is?
The most gorgeous suit you ever saw.
Is that right?
Yeah, the coat is red with green stripes. It's got pink lapels and orange buttons.
Wait a minute. A red coat with green stripes, pink lapels, and orange buttons?
Yeah.
I suppose you're going to wear yellow pants?
What, and have people stare at me?
Oh.
What do you think I am, Abbott, a dope? Yellow pants.
Yeah.
They clash with my purple shoes.
The purple shoes?
Certainly, I never heard of such a thing. Yellow pants.
All right. Drop the pants.
I can't.
Why not?
My red underwear won't match my lavender vest.
Now, don't be ridiculous. I wouldn't let you meet Lynn Bari in clothes like that. You'd better wear one of my suits. Here, I'll lend you my dress suit.
That old thing, it's full of moth holes.
Oh, there isn't a single moth in that suit.
You said it. They're all married and got children.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. We don't have any moths in our clothes closet.
No moths, eh?
No.
Just open that closet door and see.
Okay, I will.
No moths, eh?
All right, so there's one.
One! That was the mother. Here comes the children. That last one was just hatched. That's a brand new baby moth.
All right, forget about the moths. Here, look. I'll lend you one of my other suits. Now, let's see. There's the worsted, a plaid, a tweed, and that dark one is a twill.
A twill?
Certainly. Didn't you ever have a twill?
Oh, sure. I get a big twill when I ride on the roller coaster.
No. Don't be silly. Wait a minute.
Twilly.
Here's just the suit for you. It belongs to my father. It's his dinner suit.
There's a little breakfast on it, too.
No, you dummy. This is his soup and fish.
It looks like egg to me.
Listen, Costello. When you lived at home, didn't your family dress for dinner?
Why, certainly we dressed.
Oh.
What do you think we did? Come to the table in our underwear?
Look, what's the matter with you? Didn't you ever wear dinner clothes?
Yeah, I always wear pajamas.
Pajamas are not dinner clothes.
They are if you eat in bed.
That isn't what I mean. You see, as long as I can remember, the men in our family have always worn their tails to dinner.
That's a very pretty picture.
Yes, it is. Where I come from, a man with tails is called a gentleman.
Where I come from, we call a monkey. After all, that's what they call them.
Come in. Oh, it's Ken Niles. Ken. Costello needs a suit in a hurry. Can he borrow yours?
I'll have to go outside and ask a little woman.
Little woman? Her neck alone is 3 feet long.
I heard that remark, Costello. I'll have you know my neck is not long.
Oh, no? Last time I saw a neck like that, a jockey was bending over it. Am I insulting you?
Woo! How dare you compare me to a horse? Why, I have an aristocratic face. My grandfather was a count.
You're right, Count Fleet.
Kenneth, are you going to stand there and let Costello compare me to a horse?
Nay.
That was a very snappy part.
Costello, with your appearance, you're a fine one to talk about Mrs. Niles.
Certainly. Just look at yourself, fat boy.
I'm not fat.
Oh, no? I saw you fall down yesterday and you rocked yourself to sleep trying to get up.
Now, look, let's stop this fighting. Look, Mrs. Niles, Costello has to borrow a suit for the broadcast tonight.
Yes, dear. May I lend him mine?
Kenneth Niles, before I'd let you do that, I'd lock you up in the attic.
But, gee, dear, you just let me out.
Come in.
Hello, boys. Oh, it's my friend Meyer, the butcher. What's going on, Meyer?
Oh, boy, Louie, am I excited. What is happening to me today shouldn't happen to two dogs. One dog couldn't handle it.
Why, what's the matter?
Oh, it's my wife, Sophie. After 10 years, it's going to happen. Today is the day, and I got to be by her side. So you got to come over right away, Louie, and take care of my butcher shop, huh?
Now, wait a minute, Meyer. I can't do that. We're going to broadcast. I'm going to do a love scene with Lynn Bari.
But, Louie, would you rather do a love scene with Lynn Bari than mine butcher shop?
Can a duck swim?
That's a silly answer.
You ask silly questions, you get silly answers.
Costello, come on. We have to get to the studio.
Wait a minute. Think of my wife. Louie, you never do anything for me.
Meyer, you shouldn't say that. Now, I do. Now, 5 years ago, I gave you the money to open up the butcher shop. And when you were sick, I paid for the operation. Then when the government was going to put you in jail, I paid your income tax. And 6 months ago, when your house was on fire, I ran into the burning building and saved your life. And you say I never do anything for you.
Yeah, but what have you done for me lately?
Freddie Rich plays a Cole Porter favorite, I've Got You Under My Skin.
Well, Costello, you had to open your big mouth just because you want to help Meyer. We're stuck here in a butcher shop. Come on, we might as well get the orders out. You dress the chickens.
Me dress the chickens? Why should I? They're old enough to dress themselves.
No, I'll dress the chickens. You bring me the other fowl.
What fowl?
Duck.
Why should I duck? I'm not ashamed to help Meyer.
No, I mean duck. Duck in the icebox.
Why should I duck in the icebox? You duck in the icebox, you big sissy.
Now, here, take it easy.
I'm glad to help my friend Meyer and his wonderful little woman.
All right.
I know what they're going through. Why, only last week a little stranger came to live at our house.
Really?
Yes, my sister married a midget.
Oh, come on. Costello, you're impossible.
Hello, Meyer's Butcher Shop.
Hello? This is Meyer on the wire.
Oh, Meyer, how's the wife? Anything happened yet?
No, Louis, it's a very slow process. How's things by the shop?
Oh, listen, Meyer. Mrs. Jones sent back the Christmas turkey you sold her. She says it only has one leg.
What does she want to do, eat it or dance with it?
Oh. Well, did Meyer say when he's coming back? Do you realize that Lynn Bari's probably at the studio now waiting for us?
Now, Abbott, this is more important. Let her wait. I got plenty of women waiting for me. 50, 60, 70.
50, 60, 70?
Yes, and I wish I could find some a little younger.
Oh, come on.
Now, Abbott, women and beautiful women always chase me. I don't know why. You think I don't know. At any minute, a gorgeous girl is apt to walk in that door.
Oh,
there you are, Costello. Oh. So you want to borrow my tennis suit, eh? So you were going to make love to Lynn Bari, eh? And now I find you in a butcher shop, eh?
You're going to run out of coupons. Costello, for your information, Mrs. Niles is one of Meyer's best customers. Now take her order. Huh? I said take her order. Take her order where? Did you come in with an order? Never mind that. Where do you want me to take it? Just take it. Somebody is lost.
Mr. Costello.
Yes, dear.
I want 20 cents worth of dog meat.
Shall I wrap it up, or do you want to eat it here?
No, that's the last straw.
Now, you see? Now look what you've done.
Oh, I've never been so insulted in all my life. After all these years of trading with my eyes, I have to come in here and be humiliated. Insulted.
Hey, Costello, don't stand there. Apologize. Okay. Come on. Mrs. Niles, if I said anything to offend you, I'm glad of it. Costello, I said apologize. Okay. Mrs. Niles, I'm sorry I suggested that you eat the dog meat here. Is that better? That's much better. Wait until you get home. Costello.
Oh, that's all. Cancel my order.
Well, you lost Mrs. Niles' order, Costello. You'll have to change your slip. I can't, Abbott. What do you mean you can't change your slip? I'm not wearing any. Oh, pardon me. Where do I find Lou Costello? That ain't me.
That's me. Pardon me. Where do I find Lou Costello?
Here I am, over by the pickle barrel.
Well, raise your hand so I'll know which one is you.
Hey, Abbott, who is this fresh dame? Costello. Don't you recognize her? Lynn Bari. Gee, Miss Bari, how did you ever know, and how did you ever find me in this butcher shop?
Where else would I look for a fat meatball? See here, Costello. I'm supposed to do a play on your program tonight. Where do you expect to put it on? In this butcher shop?
And why not? Lots of plays were done about butcher shops. Did you ever hear of Hamlet? The Merchant of Venison? Did you ever hear of Abe's Irish Roast? Oh, come on. That's ridiculous. Oh, yeah? Ridiculous, huh? How about the story about a hog? Pygmalion.
That's crazy.
Crazy, huh? They even wrote a great picture about cows. What picture? Guadalcanal Dairy. Oh. Boy, did I milk that one.
Come to think of it, how about your last picture? Hit the eyes.
There was no meat in that one.
I don't know. I saw 2 hams in it.
Now, wait a minute, Lynn. Don't pay any attention to Costello. He isn't very B-R-I-G-H-T.
Yes, he does appear to be rather S-T-U-P-I-D.
I heard that. What do you think I am, a D-O-P-P?
Listen, Mr. Abbott, what about this play?
Well, Lynn, it's an original play, and Costello will be your leading man.
Costello? He could never play that part.
Why not?
My leading man must be able to brush me into his arms, sweep me off my feet, and carry me away.
You don't want a leading man. You want a street cleaner. Costello, that's no way to talk to our guest. Can't you be nice? Yes. Miss Bari, if you'll do this play with me in the butcher shop, I'll take you out after the broadcast. We'll go for a drive. But, Lou, there's no more pleasure driving. Yeah, but there's still pleasure parking.
Who wants to park at a coupe with a droop?
Your technique is all wrong, Costello. If you want
so?
to take out a beautiful girl like Lynn Bari, the first thing to do is hire a limousine and chauffeur.
A Rolls Royce, of course. Then you buy me flowers.
Orchids, naturally. Then cocktails at the Windsor House.
Dinner at Romanov.
With caviar.
And champagne.
Then tickets for the theater.
First row.
After that, you make the rounds of the nightclub.
Winding up at the Trocadero.
Then you get into your limousine again and drive down Wilshire Boulevard.
Stop the car! Stop the car!
What for?
I want to stop at the finance company and make a loan.
Johnny Haynes sings a lovely ballad, My Ideal.
Will I ever find the boy in my mind? The one who is my ideal. Maybe he's a dream, and yet he might be just around the corner, waiting for me. Will I recognize the light in his eyes that no other eyes reveal? Or will I pass him by and never even know that he is mine? Maybe he's a dream, and yet he might be just around the corner, waiting for me. Will I recognize the light in his eyes that no other eyes reveal? Will I pass him by and never even know that he is
Now, Camel cigarettes do have more flavor, and if you've ever tried one, I think you'll say, yes, I know. And yet, you may not be a steady Camel smoker. Well, here's the difference between trying just one or two Camel cigarettes and trying a couple of packs. Camel's extra flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos, is what helps them to hold up, keep from going flat, no matter how many you smoke. Give your second pack of Camel cigarettes a real test in your T-zone, your taste and throat. You'll find out about flavor, and I think your throat will give you the last word on Camel's smooth, extra mildness, too. And remember, your Camels will stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Well, Costello, we're all ready to do your play. What's it all about?
Oh, it's a great story, Abbott. It's about Buffalo Bill and the Wild West. Can you play a Western gal, Miss Bari?
Can I play a Western gal? Why, where I comes from, they all call me Tex.
Where you all come from, Tex?
Oklahoma.
Just a second, Costello. Since when are you a Western character?
Are you kidding, partner? What he used to call me Six-Gun Costello. But I had to change it to Two-Gun.
Why?
Because with 6 guns, every time I took a step, my pants fell down. Yuck, 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 yuck. That's another character for you.
Well, Six-Gun, I'll agree to play the part. Sounds fun, squaw to me.
What's that?
I said it sounds fun, squaw.
Oh, fun squaw. I used to hunt bird down there every year. Yeah.
All right, look, I don't believe all this, Costello.
Oh, yeah.
No. You don't know anything about the West.
Oh, no, I was raised on a dud ranch.
You mean a dude ranch?
I said dud. No women.
Must have been near No Gals, Arizona. Har, har.
Orange squad.
Lou, this is ridiculous.
Must be a couple of Southern
No, never
cowboys.
mind. Go ahead, Ken. Set the scene. Go ahead.
Oh.
And now...
Somebody better set the
And
scene.
now, our play of the evening, a saga of the adventurous West, the life of Buffalo Bill, brought to you direct from Meyer's Butcher Shop, and starring the Abbott and Costello Pickled Pig's Feet Players. And as an extra special attraction, Meyer has goose liver at 10 cents a pound. As the scene opens, Buffalo Bill Costello and Buckskin Abbott are on the trail. Suddenly, a shot rings out.
Hello?
Hello? This is Meyer on the wire.
Hello there, Meyer. This is Buffalo.
What have I got in my store? Talking Buffalo?
No, Meyer. This is Buffalo. I'm talking from Indian Heights.
Please get him on Butcher Shop in Boyle Heights.
Now, Meyer, will you stop bothering me? I gotta go out and kill some Indians.
What's the matter? We're running out of meat?
Oh, never mind that. What's new with Sophie?
It's still a very slow process.
Look, I can't talk to you now, Meyer. Call me back.
This is a crazy craziest play I ever heard. When do I come in?
In just a second, Lynn. Costello and I are still on the trail approaching the camp of your father. Read your line, Costello.
Oh, yeah. Buckskin, Bud, it's getting dark, and we're going to run into a heap of trouble.
Yes, Buffalo. If we don't reach the stockade by sundown, the Indians will massacre us in the dark. They'll scalp us alive. Well, what are you going to do?
We got to get word through to Gene Autry.
Gene Autry? Shh. Buffalo, look. Here comes an Indian chief. He's going to speak to us.
How? Hula, gala, pala, mula.
How? Mila, pula, ganda, munda, malabala.
Costello! I didn't know you spoke Indian.
I don't. Something went wrong with my typewriter.
Me welcome you. Me Chief Flatfoot.
Who gave you that name? Great White Father?
No, Great White Draft Board.
Chief Flatfoot, I'll come to marry your daughter, Moon Eyes. The one over there.
Moon Eyes could not come. I am her sister, Cross Eyes. Me glad to meet you. Greetings, White Fish.
Not fish, face.
Greetings, Fish Face.
I don't think she likes you, Buffalo.
Now let me handle this. Look here, Cross Eyes. I want to marry you. Now what do you say, gal?
No marry you. Me marry the bicarbonate kid.
The bicarbonate kid?
Yes. Wild Bill Hiccup.
I used to know him as Hopalong Acidity.
Then everything is settled. White man, you go.
What's that? I've been an Indian scout for nigh on to 20 years. And you're the most despicable, obnoxious, incorrigible renegade that I've ever encountered.
Them's hard words, Buffalo.
Hard words? You're right. But I said 'em.
Buffalo Bill, you be careful what you say to my father. He's strong in his...
I smell him.
Yes, no. Me strong. Me not wear shoes. Me not wear clothes. Me sleep in wind, rain, and snow. No roof. Me eat raw corn, raw meat, raw fish.
You do all that?
Yes, and I'm sick and tired of the whole thing.
Boy, what a play. I'm glad you liked it. Well, Indian girl, I want you to marry me.
It's no use. You cannot marry me unless you get my mother's consent.
I've taken care of that, Cross Eyes. I married your mother, so now I'm your father. So listen, daughter, you have my consent to marry me as soon as I can get a divorce from your old lady, your mother.
Now, wait a minute, Buffalo. The Indians are going to attack us.
Me afraid, Buffalo.
Don't worry, Cross Eyes. Get behind me. If you hear a shot, get in front of me.
Look out. Here they come. Run for your lives.
I'm back.
Oh, boy, what a play.
Costello, Abbott, Miss Bari, I want to thank you sincerely for watching my butcher shop while my wife Sophie is having a crisis.
Gee, Meyer, well, tell me, what happened?
Such a day. Girls with white uniforms are rushing in and out. I'm walking up and down. I'm biting my nails. I couldn't eat nothing. But everything turned out wonderful. Sophie is resting up. I am so excited.
Gosh, what a lucky fellow.
Congratulations, Meyer.
Yeah. What was it, a boy or a girl?
The most beautiful permanent wave you ever saw.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Liberty Ship Captain Henry A. Fritz of Detroit, Michigan, whose freighter was docked between two Allied vessels at a North African port. During an air raid, both the adjoining vessels began to burn and explode, tearing huge holes in the American ship's hull. Captain Fritz ordered his men to abandon ship, but went himself to the bow, and though seared by flames, chopped the bow lines and enabled the ship to be moved to safety. In your honor, Captain Henry Fritz, the makers of camels are sending to merchant marine men on the high seas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million camels set free each week. In this country, the traveling camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, our shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore. Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Mr. Edward Arnold. And here's a special message to all young men of 17. Listen to this. Right now, you can join the Army, Navy, or Marine Corps, Aviation, Enlisted Reserve. If you want to be an Army flyer, join the reserve now and continue your school or job until you're 18. And then you'll start training to become a pilot, navigator, or bombardier. Talk to your parents about this. You must have their permission. You can receive full information and printed literature by writing or visiting your nearest Army Aviation Cadet Examining Board or Naval Office of Procurement. Any Army, Navy, or Marine recruiting station will tell you how to find it. Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Lynn Bari, thanks for being our guest tonight.
Just a minute, Bud. Look, Costello, I want to know how that play ended before Meyer came in.
Oh, it was a terrific finish. I'm standing on a hill, all alone. 10,000 blood-curdling Indians are coming at me.
How many?
1,000 screaming redskins.
How many?
50 ferocious savages.
How many?
So I killed the old squaw. Foreign squaw!
Let me out of here.
Let us all out of here!
Good night, folks. Good night, neighbors.
Good night to everybody in Patterson, New Jersey. Woo-hoo! Good night, Uncle Marty.
Tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with our guest, Edward Arnold. And remember, Camels for Christmas. Yes, Camel cigarettes make a wonderful gift. Wherever you send them, you can be sure that they'll be fresh when they arrive. Because Camels are packed to go around the world. This is Ken Niles wishing you all a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Remember that if you're looking for just the thing to give that pipe smoker for Christmas. Prince Albert comes in special Christmas-wrapped pound or half-pound containers. Get a Christmas-wrapped pound or half-pound container of Prince Albert for every pipe smoker on your list. This is the National Broadcasting Company. KFI, Los Angeles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is door. D-O-O-R.
Oh, Fenneman can spell. Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
You can do better than that. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $5,000 tonight.
Groucho, just before we went on the air, we selected a housewife and a man with an interesting background from our audience. And here they are, Mrs. Maxine Brown and Mr. Salvador Vara. Come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Let's see, Mrs. Maxine Brown and Mr. Salvador Vara. Mrs. Brown, where are you from?
I'm from Dongan Hills, Staten Island.
Dongan Hills, huh? Someone out there from Nova Scotia, I think. Probably a salmon. How long have you been out here, Mrs. Brown?
14 years.
That's an odd name, isn't it, Mrs. Brown? Huh? Salvador Vara?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm very happy to meet you, Mr. Vara. What did you say your name was?
Salvador Vara.
You have a very charming accent. Where is your home, Salvador?
In Pasadena.
South Pasadena, I presume. Huh? Were you born near the Rose Bowl in Pasadena?
No, Mr. Mark, I was born in San Sebastian in Spain.
Where?
San Sebastian in Spain.
Oh, well, that's not far from the Rose Bowl. That's where the 50-cent seats are. But I know. Salvador, are you married?
No, I'm not married.
You know, how old are you?
I will be 40 years of age next October 12.
October 12th, huh? That's Columbus Day, huh?
Columbus Day,
Oh.
correct.
How is it you're not married? Don't you care for the girls?
Why, yes, I just love women.
I see, and you want to keep on loving them, is that it?
There's no that, isn't it? I've never found my correct one, like many troubles we have men, to find the correct one.
Well, how are things around the Casbah? Or around any bar while we're at it. Now, do you have any activities besides housewifing, Mrs. B?
Oh, yes. I'm very active in PTA. I'm a den mother. I have 2 boys. And mainly, I'm a Beta Toastmasters member.
What do you do, bait toast for fishing?
No, Mr. Marks, it's a club to improve women so that they can speak and go out and make public speeches, improve their poise, and give them a...
Well, how many poise do you have? 2, huh?
I have 2 poise.
Well, what are some of the activities of your outfit?
Well, we furnish speakers mainly for charitable organizations. We do a lot of good in this way. We have one member who gave 150 speeches for the Red Cross last year. We furnish speakers for any organization that asks us. Beta never says no.
Well, that's a nice thing to know. Would you be interested in an elderly hypochondriac? Well, Thermidor, let's find out some more about you. Huh? Mr. Fenneman says you have an interesting background. Just what have you done? Outside of Pasadena, I mean. And Glendale.
Well, I have been mail carrier pilot in Mexico City.
Mail pilot?
Mail pilot, yeah.
Oh.
Flying from Mexico City to Tampico, Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
I have been a pearl diver.
Pearl diver?
In the Gulf of California and La Paz. And I have been a bullfighter. Professional bullfighter for 6 years. And
is that so? Well, bully for you. How many bulls have you met in your career?
Well, we'll say just close to 200 bulls.
200 bulls?
Yeah, 200 bulls.
You must be the envy of every cow in Mexico. Well, I'd like to go on talking to you two, but the time is running out. I have to be in Chicago in July. So, just 1 minute. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. You bet for a chance at $5,000. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to this.
Friends, you don't know what you're missing if you haven't had a ride in the new, spectacular DeSoto Fire Dome 8. From its beautiful and functional new air vent hood, way back to its shiny new tail light, DeSoto is really the talk of the nation. When you get behind the wheel and feel the smooth power and instant acceleration from that 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine, you'll know the real meaning of power. And if you're like most people, if you're tired of struggling with that wheel as you squeeze into tight parking spaces, then you'll get a real thrill out of DeSoto's full power steering. That's right, full power steering. Not partial, but full power steering. that takes all the effort out of turning the wheels. Whether you want to back into a parking space using just one finger, or whether you're out on the open road, DeSoto's full power steering always responds the same. Always makes your driving easier and safer. So don't put off this great experience any longer. Go into your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow and take a ride in the mighty 160-horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome-8. Also see and drive the DeSoto Power Master 6, available in custom and deluxe models. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car, most like high-priced cars. So no matter what price range you may have in mind, you'll find the car you want at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, would you explain the rules to Mr. and Mrs. Bullfighter?
All right, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $5,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
All right, here we go. Let's see how I can build you $20. You selected what's the number. The following are associated with familiar titles and phrases. Now, how much are you going to bet?
1950.
All right, let's see if you can name the numbers. How many thieves opposed Alabama?
40.
40 is right.
And you have $39.50.
Remember, you're going for $5,000 tonight. How much of your $39.50 are you going to risk?
39.
39. How many horsemen of the apocalypse?
4.
4 is correct.
You now have $78.50.
Here's your third question. How much of the money are you going to bet?
$78.
$78. How many blackbirds baked in a pie?
4 and 20.
4 and 20.
Really climbing, you have $156.50.
Mrs. Brown is no schmo. Is your last chance to beat the other couples? You're going to bet how much?
156 on the
156?
50.
156? All of it.
All
of it.
156.50.
Okay.
How many fiddlers did old King Cole call for?
3.
3 is right.
And you wind up with $313.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a waiter and a woman with an unusual occupation for you now, Groucho. They were chosen just before we went on the air, and here they are. Mrs. Mary Frances Starr and Mr. Woodrow Patrick. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Mary Frances Starr. That's you,
right.
I presume, huh? And Woodrow Patrick. Mr. Patrick, you're a waiter, huh?
Yes, sir.
And Mary Frances Starr, where are you from, Mary?
Texas.
Texas, huh? Partner, when you say that, smile. Well, let's see. Who are you again?
I'm the waiter.
Oh, well, you're the waiter. Well, if you're hanging on for a tip, you're wasting your time with me. You work at where?
Moose on Frank in Hollywood, the oldest restaurant in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. I know your place has been there for many years. How does your menu compare with the one they had 30 years ago?
Well, they're serving the same food they did 30 years ago.
Well, remind me not to order eggs in your place. What are some of the specials you feature at your place?
Well, we feature sauerbraten, and goulash, and especially flannel cakes.
Flannel cakes? What
Yes,
kind of a monstrosity are flannel cakes? Are they long flannel cakes?
No, they're like crepe Suzettes without the Suzette.
Ah, that's Suzette. She wouldn't be caught dead wearing flannels. Now, Mary Frances, Mr. Fenneman says you have an unusual occupation. Just what do you do?
Well, I'm a fight manager, a prize fight manager.
Well, and how many fighters do you manage?
I approximately have around 32 in my stable at this time.
That's pretty impressive, 32 fighters. Have you ever managed any top fighters?
Yes, I managed,
one of the top middleweights. My husband, Roman Starr. I managed him.
Well, naturally you were married. Any housewife can make that claim. Did you manage your husband's entire ring career?
No, Groucho. I managed him for 5 years and then sold him for $7,500.
You're a very shrewd manager. After 5 years of marriage, that's a good price for a husband.
I hope so.
You better explain this.
Well, I sold his contract.
Well, after you sold your husband, did you ever see... You saw him again after that? Huh?
Well, a year later, I bought him back for $500.
You certainly depreciated a lot in 1 year. What happened then?
Well, I got him back in shape. He had gotten beaten up quite a bit, and I got him back in shape, and I sold him then for $2,750.
This is like a grocery store husband. Well, Mary, you've got the right idea. Buy low, sell high. Now, you're going to play your bet your life. Beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $5,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and Mr. Saldor Vara won $313, and the secret word is door.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected people associated with birds and animals from our list of 20 categories. This is category number 13. Now, here's your first question. How much of the $20 you going to bet?
I think $19.50.
What kind of an animal do you associate with Mrs. O'Leary?
Cow.
A cow is right.
Off to a good start. You have $39.50.
That would have been a cinch with a bullfighter. Remember, you're going for $5,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $39.50 you going to try?
39.
Okay.
All right. What kind of a bird do you associate with Edgar Allan Poe?
The raven.
The raven is right.
You now have $78.50.
And here's your third question. How much of this money are you going to try?
78.
Okay. I'll take a chance.
What kind of an animal do you associate with Old Mother Hubbard?
A dog.
A dog is right. You doggone right.
You've now climbed to $156.50.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
156.
Okay.
All right. What kind of an animal do you associate with Goldilocks?
Ooh. I mean a bear.
Bear.
I'm sorry.
Now, what do you decide on?
Bear.
A bear is right. Put it in. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And you wind up with $312.50. Groucho, we have a grandmother and a young bride chosen from our audience. Mrs. Charlene Lamb and Mrs. Jane Kerr. Meet Groucho Marx.
Well, howdy doody. Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Charlene Lamb and Mrs. Jane Kerr. One of you is a grandmother, eh? Now, don't tell me. Let me guess which is which. Charlene, how old are you?
18.
18. I'm still not sure. Mrs. Kerr, what's your age?
70.
70. Well, I'll bet my bottom dollar you're the grandmother. Huh?
Great-grandmother.
Well, I'll bet the top dollar then. Huh? Where are you from, Charlene?
New Orleans, Louisiana.
New Orleans, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from, Jane? Do you mind if I call you Jane? Where are you from?
Ohio. High in the middle and round at both ends.
Now, I'm not concerned with your shape. I want to know where you're from. Huh? Jane, you're certainly a youthful 70. How come you're so hale and hearty at your age?
I don't drink. I don't smoke. But I belong to a long levity family. My grandfather lived to be a good old age. But he drank and he smoked.
At what age did tobacco and alcohol catch up with him?
107.
Shows you what bad habits will do to a man. Why don't you drink or smoke, Jane?
Never cared for it.
That's an excellent reason. Now, Charlene, you're the young bride, I presume. How long have you been married?
5 months, 12 days, and 1 hour.
What time do you go through Lompoc? How old is your husband?
He's 20 and 8 months old.
You've only been married 5 months, and you know his exact age already, huh?
Yes, sir.
Charlene, you've been reading his insurance policy. What does your husband do?
He's a stock clerk.
Well, that sounds like an important job. Do you suppose he could give me a tip on the market?
No, he's a stock clerk at Ralph's grocery store.
He can still give me a tip on the market. All he has to do is let me know when the manager isn't looking. How did you meet your husband?
Well, Dick and I, we lived in the same neighborhood.
Is that his name, Dick?
Yes, Dick.
What do you call him, Dickie?
Dickie. And we lived right around the corner from each other. We went to the same grammar school and church and junior high, but he never noticed me until May 26, 1948, and it was the day of our A9 tea at Bancroft.
The day of your what?
A9 senior tea at Bancroft when we graduate. And May 26th, I went shopping up at Ralph's with my mother, you know, and he was working there then.
Did you know he was working there then?
Oh, I had an idea he was. And I was all dressed up in heels, and so he finally noticed me. And then I kept going in there a couple times a week and got to know my name.
Yeah, but pays to advertise. Did you have the phone number on the back of the blouse?
No. And then June 1948, as the day after we graduated, he called about 6 o'clock, and I know if he could come over, and I asked my mother, and she said yes. So not a minute after I hung up, he was at the door. See, all I had to do was jump over the back fence.
Wait a minute, you said door. That's the secret word. Oh, yeah. You said door, that's the secret word, and you and Grandma over here are each $50 richer.
Oh, God.
Well, I don't understand this. He phoned you and you opened the door and he was standing out there?
See, he just
had
had
a
to jump
portable
over.
phone, huh?
He just had to jump over the back fence. Run across the street, and he was there.
Oh, and when was this?
This is June 19th, 1948. And then on June 22nd, Tuesday, he
You mean
called.
you stayed 3 days?
No.
In the grocery store while this was going on.
I didn't have to go up as much then.
Oh.
And then he called and wanted to know if I'd go out, so my mother said yes. So he picked me up about 4 o'clock.
Why did you have to go out when you were spending so much time together in the grocery store?
Oh, well. And
I see.
And then we,
Now, when did you finally get serious with this fellow?
August 29th, 1948.
At 20 minutes past 11, you said. What did he do? What did he say?
He kissed
What
me
happened?
in front of the house.
What's that?
He kissed me in front of the house.
He kissed you in front of the house? Fine place to kiss a pretty girl. Is that all there is to it?
No, then he turned around and ran across the street and stumbled over the back fence.
You couldn't have given him much of a kiss. If that kiss had packed any wallop at all, he'd have walked right through the fence. Well, after he fled from you, is that when you started going steady?
No, we didn't go stay till October 5th, 1948.
The only calendar I ever saw with high heels. You say October 5th, 1948, you started going steady, huh?
Yes.
You don't remember what time this was, huh?
8 o'clock.
Well, I remember that fateful day. It was a Thursday, wasn't it?
Tuesday.
Well, what happened on this Black Tuesday? How did you know you were going steady? Was he reeling back from this kiss?
No, he gave me his track shoe to wear around my neck.
He gave you his track shoes to wear around your neck?
Just one.
Was his foot in it, or had he removed it?
No, it was his little gold track shoe on a chain that he got for being on the track team.
What did your husband do on the track team?
He was the best pole vaulter at Hollywood High School.
He was, huh?
Yeah.
He should have been. He got plenty of practice jumping that fence. Mrs. Carr, what do you think of a couple as young as Charlene and her husband getting married these days?
I think it's all right if the children have responsibilities at 12 and 14. I believe in young marriages. But I believe that if men would marry when they're 27, And women who are between 23 and 25, they have good common sense and there'd be less divorces.
Now, how did you arrive at that figure of 27 as the ideal age for matrimony?
Well, I've known many people that married at that age, and they were very happy for years and years and years.
Well, I think you sneaked out of that question pretty well. Could you give Charlene here any specific advice about matrimony? You seem to be an authority on the subject.
Stop. Think. Save your angry words, my dear.
That's good advice. If you stop and think, you can come up with a lot better insults. Well, I've kidded you both, but you mustn't take me seriously, because right now I'm going to give you a chance to make some real money. When I say real money, I'm not fooling tonight. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $5,000 question. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and Salvador Vara still lead with $313.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected drinking songs as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to bet?
How much? How much?
1975.
19?
75.
19.
19.
19. All right. Give me the title of this drinking song. Play, Jerry. What is it? Sweet Adeline is right. $39. All right, now you got $39. How much are you going to try this time? Remember, you're going for $5,000 tonight.
I mean, $38.99.
$38.99. Is that all right with you, Grandma?
Oh, it's all right with me.
Oh, there's nothing.
$38.99. Play it, Jerry. Talk up, kids. Talk it over.
I do know it, and I can't think of it.
Oh, the chine or something.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, too. There's a tavern in the town.
Oh, golly, yeah.
It was so easy, you just stumbled right over it.
I know.
Well, don't give up now. You still have a cent left.
Oh,
All right, you're going to bet the whole thing? Well, talk it over now. I don't want to... All right, everything, huh? Play it, Jerry. She can sing them, but she doesn't She doesn't care. She's happy singing. Well, it's the Whip-and-Poof song. Rudy Valley's been singing it for 30 years.
They're broke, Groucho.
They're broke. Nobody leaves here broke. Give me that card. We're going to give you a chance to win $25. What color is an orange?
Yellow.
Now talk it over. What color is an orange?
She's only joking.
What is it?
Orange?
Oh, this is right.
Well, Groucho, this couple went broke.
You are fine.
So that means that Salvador Vara and his partner, the housewife, with $313 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $5,000 question.
Here's a good tip for all of us car owners to keep in mind as we look forward to another busy season of summer driving. Make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. Tomorrow is the first day of Vehicle Maintenance Month, and there's no better place to take your car for a safety inspection than a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Here, highly skilled mechanics trained in factory methods will see to it that your car gets a complete safety checkup. Brakes, headlights, wheels, tires, steering, windshield wipers, glass, horn, muffler, and exhaust. They'll see that everything is done to make your car safe and sound for the thousands of happy miles of driving ahead of you. And you'll be pleasantly surprised
when you find out how little this costs. Remember, make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. Drive in where you'll see the familiar sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's Salvador Vara and his partner, the housewife, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $5,000 question, Groucho.
Well, Salvador, you're a bullfighter, but you're now on the horns of the dilemma. Here we go for $5,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the customers. You ready? Paul Bunyan, the legendary character of American folklore, had a huge blue ox for a pet. And together they performed tremendous feats of strength. For $5,000, tell me the name of Paul Bunyan's ox. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Blue Boy.
Oh, I'm sorry. The correct answer is Babe. So that means the big question next week will be worth $5,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
$313 in the quiz.
Well, that's not too bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $5,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see DeSoto, fire don't make tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's a few minutes past 9 o'clock in the evening as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook abiding quietly at home. They've been playing rummy for the last hour or so, and the game has begun to take on a sluggish, lackluster quality. Listen.
I win.
Let's see your cards. Sure you win. Got 3 queens, 3 deuces, and a 4, 5, 6, and 7 of hearts.
I lose interest in rummies after about so long a time. The spades start resembling clubs.
You any quit?
Would you just as soon?
All right. Not much kick to the game when your opponent's half asleep.
I am a little tired. Too early to go to bed?
Courthouse clock struck 9 about 5 minutes ago.
I bet I sleep so sound tonight you could send my undershirt to Detroit, Michigan parcel post.
Paper states showers sometime before morning. I hope they hurry along and cool things off.
Oh. I'll deal out a few more rummies. Might as well be doing something.
Okay.
Kind of funny that Davis boy storming in here this evening, wasn't it?
I've learned that there's nothing extraordinary in the most ununderstandable behavior on the part of 14-year-old boys. Being the father of a 14-year-old boy, I'm tutored in all
Here's
ways.
your 14-year-old boy now. Raj?
Hi.
Here's a beautiful bouquet of tickets for you, Charlie.
Thanks. Hope I can tell the hearts from the clubs.
The hearts are red, the club's black.
I mean the diamonds from the spades. After so many rummies, I get so I can't keep my mind on what I'm doing.
Amos didn't disturb you when he come after rotten suitcase a while ago, did he?
Not too much. Of course, I had to climb upstairs after.
Well, it helped along the excitement. By George, I never enjoyed such high-class excitement in my life.
What excitement do you have reference to, Sunburn?
Center Street.
Has there been excitement on Center Street? I'm discarding the 6 of clubs.
I can use it in my business. I beat your father 3 times in a row.
And didn't Rooster explain?
Explain what?
About Center Street.
No, what about it?
Rooster never said a word.
He come to the door all out of breath and wanted that big old imitation leather suitcase you borrowed off of his brother. Gov went after it, and he grabbed it and was gone.
Well, I'll be darned.
Why? What happened on Center Street?
A house collapsed.
Ah.
You telling the truth, you don't know about it?
We've been sitting here playing cards ever since around 7:30.
Never heard no noise? Never heard no people yelling?
Never heard a sound. Telephone hasn't even rung. Except for Rooster storming in, it's been quiet as my thumb.
Beats the Dutch.
A house collapsed, you say, Temple Bells?
Yeah.
I collapsed one time myself. I was on the outskirts of Cleveland, Ohio, where I just officiated at a wedding ceremony. After kissing the bride, I pocketed the $5 bill given me by the bridegroom and prepared...
You know that place in the 300 block on South Center with the second-story porch that runs clear around the whole house?
Has it got fragile hedgerows and morning glories and a solid gold belfry which catches the dazzling
Give me
rays?
a show, Gov. That place collapsed this evening.
Here's a 9 of spades city. I trust it
You
will
were
be a
talking
fun...
about that big boarding house-looking place, Willie.
Sure. It collapsed at 8 o'clock.
What you mean by collapsed?
Fell down.
Ah, a great big mud.
The whole thing didn't fall down. Just that second-story veranda fell down. But to look at it, you'd think the entire house had been hit by a cyclone.
That's the truth?
If it's not the truth, you can send my undershirt to St. Paul, Minnesota, cash on delivery. If it's not the truth...
Was anybody hurt?
Not a soul. And it's the luckiest thing since the bullet that choked Billy Patterson. Why, that second-story veranda weighs tons and tons. It crashed like thunder. Busted the first-floor porch into smithereens. Broke every window in the house. There's chunks of lumber and splinters of wood scattered up and down Center Street for half a block.
You're not exaggerating, are you? You're not making a mountain out of some trivial accident?
No, sir. Hope to die if I've twisted the facts. Hey, why don't you people put on your hat and stroll over there? See for yourself. It's just like I say. Center Street is cluttered up with debris for half a block in both directions.
Well, what happened?
The doggone second-story veranda collapsed from old age. The pillars were weak.
I believe that. Ruthie and I noticed the place just last week when we were walking past. That upstairs porch that circles the house was sagging in half a dozen places.
Sure. It was bound to happen sooner or later. And it happened tonight. I'm surprised you individuals never heard the crash.
Where were you when it happened?
Standing out in front of the By Joe Picture Show. I was in the Society of Bluetooth Johnson. By George, we were in the 300 block on South Center in 2 seconds.
Looks like we did miss some excitement.
Missed half your life. Come on, slap on your hat. We'll go over there.
Oh, it's all over and done with now.
Probably still a crowd of people hanging around, though. No fooling. To look at that house, you'd think it got caught between 9 cyclones.
Uh-huh.
Come on, Gov. You and me will hike to Center Street.
I'd like to beg off, Arthur. It's too warm an evening to work myself up over a porch falling off a house.
Okay.
Certainly a good thing nobody got injured.
Yes, indeed.
I remember the place you're talking about very well. Just last week, Ruthie and I walked past. Seems to me she passed some remark. Look how that old upper-story porch sags or something.
Peculiar Rooster didn't give you the details when he come after Rotten Suitcase. Guess he was too excited.
Well, what was his big hurry for his brother's suitcase when there was so much free entertainment going on?
Oh, gosh. I haven't told you about Rotten yet.
What'd Rotten do?
Rotten Davis, Gov, had the most magnificent evening of his entire career.
How so?
He made off to the crowd. It was his fault the house collapsed.
Huh?
You should have seen him. He was running back and forth in front of the ruins screaming. I lost my temper, he kept yelling. I lost my temper. Yeah.
You mean
he was making a public spectacle out of himself, yeah. 5 minutes after the big crash, about 200 people were on the spot. They didn't know what happened. They just saw this house all busted to pieces and lumber laying around every place. And here was Rotten Davis, tearing his hair and rushing around crazy. I lost my temper, he kept screaming. I lost my temper.
The people got the notion Rotten had lost his temper and torn the whole house down?
Sure, they got that notion.
Oh, my.
It was a magnificent thing to witness. The crowd opened up an alley for Rotten to run back and forth in. And he run back and forth in it till who laid the chunk. I lost my temper, he hollered. I lost my temper, and look what I've done. Remember now, the house looked like it had been hit by a cyclone. An innocent bystander guessed it'd take 9 men, 8 days to do that much damage.
Oh, my.
Rotten Davis seen his opportunity and grabbed it. He had that enormous throng of people in the palm of his hand. If he'd looked tough at any of them, they'd have started for home 90 miles an hour. Oh, it's wonderful. Wonderful, I tell you.
If I had a boy that was such a smarty show-off, I bet I'd...
And Rooster worked hand in glove with him. Rooster deserves 50% of the credit for his brother's sensational hoax.
I was going to inquire, what did Rooster want with the suitcase?
Wanted it to take back to Rotten. It's all plastered up with foreign labels, you know. Foreign labels impress the general public. Soon as Rotten got hold of that suitcase, he started running between the divided crowd of people with it. I told you they separated and left him space to run back and forth in, didn't I? Made kind of a lane for him. Well, he'd run from one end of the lane to the other. When he got to one end, he'd stop and set down his suitcase. Then he'd give the people a chance to read the foreign labels. Nome, Alaska, London, England, Paris, France, Rotterdam, Holland, Brussels, Belgium, Stockholm, Sweden, and so on. All the time, he kept hollering he'd lost his temper and torn down a house. Then he'd pick up his suitcase and run to the other end of the lane. Do the same thing over again. I lost control of my temper, he screamed. I lost control of my temper and tore down this house in 3 minutes with my bare hands.
His mother ought to take him by the coat collar.
And let me tell you another trick he used to heighten the effect. He was wearing goggles. When he sent Rooster after his suitcase, he also had him stop by home and pick up an aviator's helmet and goggles that used to belong to some friend of his that owned a motorcycle. Oh, it was magnificent, God.
Bet it was.
Carrying his suitcase all plastered up with foreign labels and wearing an aviator's helmet on his head with the goggles pulled down over his eyes and running back and forth like he'd gone crazy.
I lost my temper. I lost my temper.
Yeah.
For a boy that's almost a grown-up man.
And every once in a while, he'd holler to Rooster. Hey, he'd holler. How many bodies have they found so far? And Rooster, he was back in the shadows, would put on a deep voice and answer, 6 so far, 7 so far, 8 so far. You know.
Ain't he going on 19 years old, Rush?
Rotten? Yeah.
Well, imagine a boy 19 years old behaving.
Mom, he had the most magnificent evening of his entire career.
I'd give him the most magnificent.
Oh, and another feature that was dandy. 3 young ladies he likes were in the crowd. 3 very handsome young ladies he's ambitious to escort to the picture show and places were present.
I bet he's their hero now.
Oh, boy.
You seem to have had just about as satisfactory an evening as Rotten did.
I had a delightful evening. A delightful evening.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Black beer is on the air. Black beer is everywhere. Black, Milwaukee's finest beer, brings you transcribed Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Friends, good taste isn't a matter of geography. A good, juicy steak is appreciated just as much in Los Angeles as it is in New York or Milwaukee. And the same goes for good beer. Take Blatz, for example. There's nothing unusual about the good taste of the people who have made Blatz the largest-selling beer in Milwaukee, premium beer capital of the nation. They're the same kind of particular people who have made Blatz the largest-selling Milwaukee beer in scores of other cities in 48 states and 29 foreign countries. Yes, from B to Z, from best to zest. The bywords Blatz, B-L-A-T-Z, from coast to coast, Milwaukee's finest beer.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where do you eat meat to eat and drink Blatz beer? Archie, your manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. What's cooking? Nothing. The chef just quit. No, the hours was okay, and the pay was okay. It was his cooking. He couldn't stand it. What'll our customers do if we don't serve some food? Do the same as when we serve food. They'll eat someplace else. Besides, there's only a few customers in the joint. Well, Herbie the Midget's here. Yeah, just got out of the hospital. Poor little guy. Spent 2 whole weeks in an oxygen symbol. What was his trouble? He had kidney pebbles. And guess who else is back from the hospital? Sailor Slavinsky. Well, you remember that $100 bill he had tattooed on his chest? He was robbed. Huh? No, just a flesh wound. But the joke was on the crook. The tattoo was counterfeit. Hey, that reminds me, Slippery McGuire's coming down tonight. Huh? You saw because he sold you that vanishing cream for Mrs. Duffy? But Duffy, he didn't guarantee to make a vanish permanent. Okay, so he's a phony. But he's my pal. And I will took no insults on his behalf. Good day, sir. Eddie.
Yes, sir, Mr. Archie?
Eddie, Slippery McGuire's coming down here tonight, so leave us lay out the welcome mat for him, huh?
We can't do it.
Why not?
He swiped it the last time he was here.
Well, that's all in the past, Eddie. Slippery's gone straight. After all, a leopard can change his spots, can't he?
Well, if he does, it'll be for stripes.
Just a second. I'll have you know that Slippery McGuire and me has been pals ever since our school days.
Some pal. Every time that crook comes down here, he swindles you out of your money, and you wind up calling him a dirty, thieving crook.
Well, that's true friendship. The guy must think an awful lot of me to put up with it. You know, Slippery McGuire and me has been pals ever since our school days. We was in PS4 together.
Is that so?
Yeah, he was even treasurer of our graduating class.
You mean you graduated with Slippery?
Miss Duffy, yes. As a matter of fact, there was no graduation that year. The cap and gown money disappeared.
He started kind of young, didn't he?
Yeah, and it was quite a blow to Slippery's father, one of the finest men I've ever met. But it wasn't his fault he couldn't guide Slippery in the right direction.
How come?
He could only see him on visiting days.
A tip off the old cell block, huh?
Yeah.
What about his mother?
Mrs. McGuire, sweet old lady. But she could never learn to refuse Slippery nothing. You know, she spoiled him. He'd come in and say, Mom, I need a $5 bill. She'd go right down the cellar and print one. Yeah, it was like that till the day they shaved her legs. Yeah? Poor Slip has been through plenty.
He's been through you a few times.
Maybe so, but Slip has put his past behind him. He's now in a legitimate business selling war surplus.
Like what?
Oh, pistols, shoes, flashlights, refrigerators.
Refrigerators? War surplus?
The Cold War. You know, Eddie, I'd like to throw some business Slippery's way. You might think I'm going hog wild, but you know what I'm going to buy?
Well, what?
An airplane.
An airplane?
Yeah. You know, I've always wanted to fly.
Well, have you ever considered a kite?
Don't belittle me, Eddie. The Army's always getting rid of second-hand planes, and maybe Slippery can get me one. Imagine my own airplane, a B-29 or a PBX, you know. Flying up there in the clouds. I wonder what it's like.
You an aviator.
What's so funny?
Oh, well, you get dizzy when you eat a 3-decker sandwich. I bet even I could fly better than you.
You could fly. Miss Duffy, I'm talking about airplanes. Not Halloween night on a broom.
Listen, it so happens that the best pilots in history have been women.
Oh, yeah? Name one.
Cobina Wright.
Cobina Wright, a pilot?
Only the most important of the Wright brothers.
Well, okay, him. But that's just one. Don't try to tell me nothing about aviation. You're talking to Archie the Eighth. I've got air in me veins.
Oh, yeah? Then how come you black out every time you lick an airmail stamp? Besides, what kind of a junky crate is Slippery McGuire going to palm off on you, Archie?
It ain't no junk. It's a genuine Army surplus.
I know. That crook sold Mama a surplus girdle that split the first time she wore it.
Well, don't blame the girdle just because your old lady has so much surplus.
Archie, why do you always have to say such nasty things behind Mama's back?
Well, it offers such a broad field of operation.
Oh, you never have a good word for anybody.
On the contrary, I have 5 good words for you. Hit the road.
That's only 3.
The rest ain't hard to figure.
Make a noise like a hoop and roll away.
Say, Mr. Archie.
What is it, Eddie?
Your friend Slippery McGuire is here.
How do you know?
I just reached into my pocket and found myself shaking hands with him.
Wait, Eddie, quiet, you'll embarrass me.
Well, Archie, my old pal.
Well, Slippery, my old buddy.
My old schoolmate.
My old sidekick.
The next voice you hear will be that of the old prosecuting attorney.
Eddie, cut out the rejoinders. Well, Slip, it's great to see you. I guess you've been working hard?
Well, not too hard, Arch. I like to take things easy.
Yeah, you do it that, and yet you're a success. How do you do it, Slip? What's your point?
Very simple, Arch. Hear no evil, speak no evil, and keep moving.
Still the same old Slip. You know, I've missed you lately. You must have been away, huh?
Oh, only for 30 days.
Uh-huh. What was you doing?
30 days. I mean, I've been putting in some time for the government. You know, working on this surplus army stuff.
Oh, yeah. I've been meaning to ask you, Slip. Ain't it a little late to be selling army surplus?
Arch, come here. This is surplus army surplus.
You're right on the ball, ain't you, Slip?
Sure, Arch. I'm only selling things that people can use in practical everyday life.
Yeah, practical everyday?
Yeah.
Like what?
Well, like landing barges, steam shovels, Quonset huts, anchors, ripcords, parachutes.
Just a second. What's practical about a ripcord? What else are you selling?
Well, let's put it this way, Arch. What do you need?
Well, I don't really need nothing, but I was kind of toying with the idea. Silly to say.
Go ahead, tell your old pal.
Nah, it's too absurd.
What is it, Arch?
I was thinking of an airplane.
A fighter or a bomber?
Slim, you mean there's a chance?
Look, Arch, how much have you got to spend?
Well, not very much, just $14.
$14? For that, I wouldn't sell a plane to my own brother.
Well, that's all I got.
Brother, you bought yourself a plane. Of course, for that price, it won't be a 4-motor job.
No, 4 motors.
No.
Well, how about one of them helium copters?
Oh, well, that's a cinch. Just give me the $14 and I'll go get it out of stock before somebody else grabs it.
Okay, here, Slip. Good luck and happy landing.
Roger.
Wilco.
Arch, you're taking to it like a duck to water. See you later, you ace you.
So long, Slip. All right. Hey, Eddie.
Yeah?
Hey, guess what? Slippery's going to get me one of them helium copters.
A what?
One of them airplanes you can land on a dime.
3 to 1 that Slippery don't leave you a dime to land it on.
Oh, no? Eddie, I can see myself right now. Me hand froze to the controls. Coming in for a graceful crash landing. All of a sudden, I get a flash on the radio. Stand by for ceiling 0. Oh, look, Finnegan. Hey, Finnegan, maybe you'd be interested in my new project. Do you like flying?
No, not me.
Why not?
My arms get tired.
What I mean is Slippery McGuire was just here, and he's in the Army surplus business.
I said, he out of his mind.
Why?
Who's going to buy a surplus army? Hey, did you buy anything from him?
Yeah, I bought an airplane.
No fooling. What kind?
Well, you know what a helium copter is?
Sure, a guy who cops helium.
Well, not exactly.
No?
It's an airplane. And terrific. It can go straight up in the air and straight down, sideways, frontwards, backwards, ambidextrous. And in fact, it can do everything that a bird can do.
Oh, yeah? I'd like to see it either one.
I think you've got a nice, clean air pocket where your head should be.
Thanks, Doc. I've always considered myself air-minded.
So have I.
But there's only one thing I can't understand.
What's that?
What holds an airplane up in the air?
Well, that's the thing I'll have to explain to you. It's one of the basic laws of physics. For instance, you take air, that's H2O. It's much heavier than water. Now, on the other hand, metal is a conductor which conducts the oxygen through the hydrogen, which creates a vacuum which gives us gravity. Which, in turn, naturally pulls the plane up into the air. Is it clear so far?
What am I, a dope?
No, but even I had a little trouble with it at first. Well, to go on, you see, we take the stratosphere.
What's that?
Well, it's what it sounds like. It's a fear of high places. Stratosphere. Now, in order to fly a straight line, the navigator checks the ground speed against the plane speed, which is, shall we assume, 200 Fahrenheit an hour?
That sounds like a lot of Fahrenheit.
Well, don't forget, we've come a long way since the days when we had to land a plane by hand. Today we have automatic horsepower, frequency modulation, wing spreads as high as 39 RPM. Automatic tail fins in case the rudder goes on the blink. You know what used to happen in the old days when the rudder went on the blink?
The cow didn't give no milk.
Are you sure this whole conversation ain't been too mechanical for you?
No, not at all. By the way, how's chances for a job on your plane?
Well, I don't know. You think you're right for the air?
As right as I am for the land. Oh, come on now. Give me a break. I could help run your aeroplane. My Uncle Pierre was a famous flyer.
Your Uncle Pierre?
Well, yeah. He was the first guy to try to cross the channel in a balloon. And Art, guess what he used for ballast?
What?
A case of Black's beer. Yeah.
A very tasty bounce.
Yeah.
Did he have any trouble getting the balloon across the channel?
Well, it would have been a perfect crossing, but for one thing.
What was that?
He never got the balloon off the ground.
Why not?
He just couldn't bring himself to throw that ballast overboard.
Well, with a wonderful deal like that, you can hardly blame the guy. But tell me, Finnegan, didn't that balloon ever get up in the air?
Oh, yeah, one time, Arch. My uncle took the blast out of the balloon, and it sailed way up in the air. 5,000 feet, 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, 50,000, 40,000.
Back to 40,000?
Air pocket. Yeah. And then up to 50,000 feet, 100,000 feet.
Wait a minute, Finnegan. Nobody could live at 100,000 feet.
The very words my uncle said as he sat there on the ground sipping his blast.
Yeah, your uncle was a very smart guy. Well, I'm back. You're back. What? Huh? Tell me, where's me helium?
Look, Arch, we've hit a little snag here. The Army's getting a little sticky about their aeroplanes.
Yeah, huh?
We'll have to clear this deal through Washington.
Who in Washington?
Come here, Arch. Nobody listening?
No.
Can I trust you?
Certainly.
The man I'm talking about is you-know-who.
No kidding. You know who?
Arch, please don't mention names. Yes, sir, we're taking this right up to the top. Give me the phone.
Yeah, what?
Thanks. Hello, operator. Washington, D.C., please. Hello, Arch. This is Slip.
Oh, Jack Trigsby, Lee himself.
Hey, look, Dean, I got something for you to clear through you-know-who. Yeah, a buddy of mine wants to buy a helicopter. Yeah, something in the $10 to $15 bracket. In the bag? Swell, Dean. Well, give my regards to the gang on Pennsylvania Avenue. Oh, by the way, tell Harry I'm still trying to get that Spike Jones record at the Missouri Walk, will you? So long, Dean. You're all set. You got yourself an airplane.
Oh, gee, thanks. Boy, I can hardly wait till I take me first spin in that helium
Your
copter.
first spin? Just a minute, Arch. You won't be able to take that plane up in the air.
Why not?
No propeller.
What?
Arch, did you ever hear of anybody buying an airplane with a propeller for $14?
No.
Well, then let's be reasonable.
Okay, how much more for the propeller?
$1.
I ain't got $1. All I got is this lucky piece here, Slip, if you're willing to take it. It's just a Chinese coin.
Chinese coin. What's it worth?
200,000 yen.
What's that in American money?
$1.
Well, let's see what it says here in the catalog. Let's see. Helicopter, $14. Helicopter landing gear, $12. Oh, here it is. Helicopter propeller, 200,000 yen.
Boy, I was right on a button, huh?
This is your lucky day, Arch. And now that I got the final okay from you-know-who, I'll arrange immediate delivery. And here's your official handbook of flying instructions with the personal autograph of Gregory Peck.
The greatest flyer of them all.
Well, so long, Arch. See you in the cockpit.
So long, Slip. Boy, Eddie, this is wonderful. I can see myself already. Whizzing across the continent, transatlantic flights across the Pacific. Can you imagine it? Breakfast in Duffy's Tavern. 2 hours later, lunch at the Miami Biltmore in Chicago. 10 hours later, supper at the Hollywood Bowl.
Well, what held you up between Chicago and Hollywood?
Oh, I had to stop. I needed gas.
Not if you had breakfast at Duffy's Tavern.
I don't see the connection.
Well, Arch, we're all set.
Oh, Slip, hey, I forgot to ask you, where am I going to keep this helium copter?
In a hangar, of course.
A hanger? Where am I going to get a hanger?
Well, don't you know anybody that might sell you one?
Oh. Flip. Hey, maybe you could, huh?
Don't you think this is carrying friendship a little too far?
Yeah.
Although it just so happens I do have a few hangers in stock.
You do?
Yeah.
Look, could you spare me just one?
Well,
you know, just for old time's sake.
Oh, what's the use, Arch? You always get around me. I'm too soft-hearted for my own good. How much dough you got left?
Well, I'm broke, dear. You know, you took me last $14.
Well, that was your money. How about the cash register?
Flip, are you suggesting arson? That's Duffy's money.
So what? An aeroplane hanger right here on his roof will mean more business to Duffy, won't it?
Hello? Duffy's Tavern. Eddie, the ground crew speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. Huh? Mr. Archie? You mean Archie the pilot? He's busy, dipping his wings in the cash register.
By the way, how much is this hanger?
Well, let's see the catalog here. List price, June, that's $7.
Well, that's okay. I got $10 here.
$10? Oh. Well, that's June. Let's see. July, $8, August, $9. Arch, what month is this?
September.
That'll make it even $10. Yes, sir. And to show you what a good fellow I am, with the hanger, I'm going to throw in a windsock.
Well, thanks, Flip. I wear a size 12.
I'll make a note of that. Well, Arch, one more meeting with our contact, you-know-who, and we'll have you up in the air. I'll be right back with the plane.
Hey, Flip, $2.
Well, okay, Arch, and here's your wings. You-know-who insisted that I give them to you at the wholesale price.
Gee.
Yeah. Now, Arch, you're all set. I'll be right back with the plane.
Hey, Flip, 2 1/4.
And here you are, Arch, your genuine never-leak parachute, together with a box of emergency tire patches.
Gee.
Well, Arch, it looks like you're all set. I'll be right back with the plane.
75, 85, 90 cents. Here it is, Flip.
Okay, Arch, and here's your non-skid, white-wall, retractable landing gear.
Gee. Well, Flip, when do I get me plane?
Yep, just as soon as I get final clearance from you-know-who.
Flip, it's empty.
Empty, huh? Well, never mind that, Arch. I got great news for you. Congratulations.
For what?
I've just been in conference with you-know-who, and you know what?
Who? I mean, what?
Hold on to your hat, kid. He's coming down here tonight to install the hangar in person.
In person? What an honor, huh?
Exactly. And naturally, before he puts in the hangar, he'll want to look over your pilot's license.
Your pilot's license?
Yeah, that's just a formality, of course.
Look, I ain't got no pilot's license.
No pilot's license?
No.
This is a fine time to tell me that.
Is it serious?
Oh, what have we got ourselves into? Do you know what the fine is for operating a plane in a hangar without a license?
How much?
$29.15.
Look, this is terrible. Can't you fix it with the you-know-who?
Well, now, look, that depends. But where am I going to get $29.15?
Let me see. How about the dough I gave you for the plane and the hangar and the parachute and stuff?
How much was that?
$29.15.
By George, that's quick thinking, Arch. I'll take it right over to you-know-who. So long, little pal.
So long, Flip, and thanks a million. See, Eddie, I don't want to do without my old pal Slippery.
Say, Archie.
Oh, hello, Officer Clancy. You look kind of tired. What you been doing?
I've been looking for a swindler who's been operating on 3rd Avenue.
Oh, yeah? What's his name?
You know who.
Three from 5 is 2. Carry the 3 B's and add 4.
What you doing, Miss Duffy?
I'm subtracting $29.15 from your weekly salary.
What's so tough about that?
Did you ever try to subtract $29.15 from $15? And all because you had that crazy idea about being a great flyer.
Yeah, and I didn't even come close.
Well, don't feel too bad. After all, you did succeed in making an ace of yourself.
Don't try to cheer me up, Miss Duffy. What really burns me up is that I had me heart set on taking a plane trip to Milwaukee.
Well, maybe you can't go to Milwaukee, but we can bring Milwaukee to you.
How do you mean?
Here, have a black beer.
Thanks, Miss Duffy. You know, I guess you could travel everywhere and never find a better or more refreshing beer than black.
Right you are, Archie. So right that if you took a palate preference poll of the people in Milwaukee or in the state of Wisconsin, you'd find the majority, and I mean the great majority, would agree with you. Yes, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the premium beer capital of America, the brewing center of the USA, the home of our finest beers, Black, B-L-A-T-Z, is the largest selling beer and by a great and growing margin. Friends, you don't have to come from Milwaukee to appreciate Black. Try Black tomorrow. Compare it with any beer at any price. Your own good taste will tell you what folks in Milwaukee have known for almost 100 years, that Black, B-L-A-T-Z, Black is Milwaukee's finest beer.
I'm from Milwaukee, and I ought to know. It's the same old story wherever you go. This is the tune you will always hear. Black is Milwaukee's finest beer.
Be sure to listen next week at the same time to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed over most of these same stations.
Here's all you need to know about wine. C-R-E-S-T-A, B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. When it's wine you want, and only the best will do, when it's wine you want to make the occasion truly memorable, remember two beautiful words, Cresta Blanca. Cresta.
The Ronald Colemans will be back next Wednesday on NBC.
Jester A. Riley was leading the hectic life of a bachelor, he used to look forward with pleasurable anticipation to those quiet, restful evenings he would enjoy at home when he got married. And now, after 18 years of married life, let's witness a typical evening in the Riley home. As Riley, supper over, picks up the evening paper with a sigh of relaxation, opens it to the editorial page, and then... But while Riley sleeps blissfully, he is unaware that the door is slowly opening. Slowly, inch by inch, the door creaks open. Suddenly, the barrel of the gun appears in the opening. A gloved hand is aiming directly at Riley's head. Into the room steals a sinister, masked figure. The gloved hand steadies the gun. A finger tenses on the trigger, and then...
All right, you rat, I got you covered.
Don't shoot! Junior, you shot me. Just because I owe you 4 weeks' allowance, you shot me.
Ah, it's only a cap pistol. You're not shot.
Oh, what are you doing with that gun?
I'm just playing. I'm Frank Barrett, the private eye, and I'm out to get you.
Yeah? Who am I?
You're Bonehead Barney, the murderous moron.
Quiet, Junior. The neighbors will hear you. I mean, how dare you?
But didn't you ever hear it on the radio?
The radio. So that's where you get these crazy ideas. Give me that gun, Junior. I'm confiscating it.
Oh, no, Pop, don't take it.
Let go that gun, Junior.
Darling, Junior.
I said give me that.
Well, what on earth's going on here?
Thought he was shooting at me with this gun.
Oh, it's only a toy.
It's lucky for me it is. But if this had been a real gun, I'd be a dead moron. I mean, he's got to stop listening to those crazy radio programs of his.
What's wrong with him?
Well, there's plenty of good programs you can listen to without that junk.
Well, like what?
There's dozens. I'll show you. I'll get you something really educational.
All right, you rat. I got you coming.
I'll get another station.
All right, you rat. I got you covered.
Wait. Let's try this station here.
Ah, there. Good morning, Louisa.
There, that's better.
All right, you rats. I got you covered.
Wait a minute.
Won't you sit down, Angela? Thank you, Cynthia. What a heavenly morning. The heather is in full bloom on the moors.
That's more like it. You see how nice they talk?
Tea, Angela? Thank you, Cynthia.
Now, you listen to that, Junior. You'll learn manners.
Now, shall we get to the point, darling? You know why I'm here, darling. I love Sir Evelyn. I know, but you forget, darling, he's my husband, and I love him too, and I shall never give him up. I'm afraid you'll have to. We leave for Paris tonight. Sorry, darling.
The English is so polite.
Never. I adore Evelyn. He's the father of my children. Rather than give him up, I will see you dead. Cynthia, what are you doing with that gun? All right, you rodent. I've got you covered.
It's a losing fight. Did you ever hear junk like that?
Oh, I don't know. I found it kind of interesting.
Interesting. You're worse than Junior. Where do they get stories like that? So unbelievable. Here's this dame, just because another dame is in love with her husband, she takes out a gun and shoots her.
Well, any woman might if her home was at stake.
Oh, baloney. I'll prove it to you. I'll ask you one question. Suppose some woman was madly in love with me and wanted me to go away with her to, Pomona. Would you shoot her and risk going to the electric chair?
Why, of course. I wouldn't hesitate a moment. I'd let the hussy have it right between the eyes.
You would?
Yes.
Well, let's face it, I'm worth it.
Hi there, Riley.
Oh, hi, Gillis.
What's the matter, Riley? You look like you're thinking. Or is it a touch of indigestion?
No, I'm thinking. I just had a very odd conversation with Peg. And you know what she said?
How should I know? I ain't the kind of a guy who goes around snooping, eavesdropping on his next-door neighbor.
Well, I asked her what she'd do if another woman was in love with me, and Peg said that she'd shoot her and risk going to the chair.
Well, let's face it, you ain't waited.
Gillis, you heard.
Accidental. Your walls are so thin. They're made of a very poor grade lumber. Look, I got a splinter in my ear.
Gillis, you got no right hanging around my house.
Take it easy. I come over here to do you a favor. To give you this letter.
Letter? For me?
Yeah, it was delivered to my house by mistake.
Well, why didn't you come in instead of hanging around listening?
You're lucky I listened, because when I heard the conversation, I figured I'd better give you this letter in private. Look who it's from.
Bertha Ferguson, Brooklyn. I don't know any Bertha Ferguson.
Think back, Riley. Think back to Brooklyn.
Well, I left Brooklyn in 1939.
Think further back. Let your mind run amok.
Well, I got married.
Later back than that. Remember the Maple Avenue Social and Athletic Club?
Yeah.
Remember the hayride they had on the 4th of July?
Yeah.
Remember the girl you took on that hayride? Yeah. That's Vita, your old flame.
Yeah. She was crazy about me. What's she writing to me for after all these years?
Open the letter and find out.
Yeah. Wonder what... this letter looks like it's been steamed open. Gillis, did you...
Riley, what do you take me for? You think I'm the kind of a sneak would open up a private letter? Besides, it's a federal rap, 20 years.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gillis. Well, let me see. You stand over there. I don't want you to see it.
Okay.
Dear Chester, I guess you are surprised to...
Hear from me.
Hear from me. Well, it has been much too long. However, it will not be much longer as I am making a visit to Los Angeles and we can have a good old
reunion.
Reunion. We'll be at the Biltmore Hotel on the 10th.
11th.
Yeah, the 11th. Gillis, you read this. You did steam it open.
Accidental, I swear. I just happened to have it in my pocket while I was taking a Turkish bath.
You've got your nerve, you sneak.
Listen, Ray, don't worry about me. Worry about Vita.
What have I got to worry about? I'll invite her over to the house.
Are you out of your mind?
What?
Don't you see Vita is still madly in love with you?
Oh, no.
No. Look what she says in the letter. There.
It has been much too long. We have so much to talk about. Well, that don't prove nothing.
Read between the lines. Well?
Between the lines?
Yeah. Well?
It's blank between the lines.
Riley, believe me, I know women. This dame ain't coming 3,000 miles just to pick oranges. There's passion. Hidden through every line in that letter.
Oh, I can't believe it, Gillis. After all these years, how can she still love me? Am I so charming? Am I so attractive? Am I so handsome? You're right, she's mad about me. What'll I do?
Don't tell Peg she's coming. You know how Peg hates her.
She does?
Don't you remember the fight they had? Yeah. They was rolling all over the floor, pulling each other's hair. Because Vita said she wanted to marry you, and Peg said she wanted to marry you.
Oh, but I was only 8 years old. Over 30 years have passed.
A woman is like an elephant. She never forgets. And if Vita still eats the way she used to, she's an elephant.
Oh, well, this is awful. Today's the 11th. What if she and Peg meet? What'll happen?
Use your imagination.
I love Sir Chester. He is my husband, Bertha. And rather than let you have him, I'll see you dead.
She done it.
Done what?
Oh, Gillis, this is terrible. If Bertha comes to the house...
Don't give it a chance. Go to her face. To the hotel. Nip this in the bud.
But I can't do that.
You got it. Otherwise, they'll be at each other's throats like two tigeresses.
Oh, Gillis. Why wasn't I born homely instead of with this face? Hello, Gillis. You ready? Okay, I'll meet you outside. Give me 5 minutes. I gotta sneak out. I don't want Peg to catch on. I'm going down to Bertha's hotel.
Oh, Riley.
She's coming. I'll see you outside.
Riley, I want... Oh, you going out, dear?
Who, me? No. No, I'm not going out. Where have I got to go? What gave you the idea I'm going out?
Well, you got your hat and coat on.
Huh? Oh. Well, naturally, I have to wear my hat and coat. There's never any hangers in the closet.
Now, look, dear, if you want to go out, you can.
Well, I told you I'm not going out. I'm not going anyplace.
All right. Then how about a game of gin rummy?
When I come back. I mean, later.
Well, then you are going out.
No, just for a walk. Listen, Peg, what we talked about yesterday, about what you'd do if another woman wanted me, would you still do it?
What do you think? I love Sir Chester. He is the father of my children. Rather than let you have him, I'll see you dead.
Oh, I gotta go. Listen, if somebody should call up Peg, I'll take it. Wrong number.
Oh, Riley, that was the doorbell that rang.
Oh, well, I'll get it.
All right, you rat, I got you covered.
Bertha, don't shoot!
Oh, Riley, it's not Bertha, it's Junior. And just who is Bertha?
Bertha? Oh, well, Junior, I told you to stop playing these crazy games. Where did you get that gun?
Oh, I found it behind the radio.
Yeah, well, give it to me. This time I'll hide it where you'll never find it.
What's the matter with you, Riley? You're acting even stranger than usual.
A slip of the tongue, Peg, that's all. I'm okay. I'm perfectly normal for me.
Oh, well, go for a walk.
Okay. Good night, Cynthia.
$12.01, $12.02. Oh, here's Bertha's room, 1203. You all set to go in?
No, wait, Gillis. Maybe I ought to come back tomorrow.
No, you gotta stop this vampire now. You want it to break up your home?
No.
Then knock on the door.
Okay.
I said knock.
I'm knocking, can't you hear?
That's your knees.
I'm so nervous I don't know what I'm doing.
Riley, pull yourself together. Now, you remember what I told you to say?
Yeah. No, tell me again.
You gotta do all the talking. Don't give her a chance to get started.
Yeah, but what do I say?
You say like this here. Yeah. Barbara, how long... Bertha, how long can love last? Everything is over between us.
How long can love last? Everything.
Then you say, it's only fortunate we found out before things went too far.
Fortunate before things went too far.
Then you tell her, it happened when we were too young to know what we were doing.
Too young to know what we were doing.
And then you give it the clincher. You say, nothing you can say can make me change my mind. Goodbye.
Nothing you can say can change my mind.
Then you beat it before she gets a chance to try it.
Yeah.
Knock. I'll wait out here in the hall.
Yes, what is it, please?
Well, I see, baby.
Jester! Oh, I recognized you the minute I heard your voice. Come on in, honey. Come in.
Listen, Bertha, I got something to tell you.
Sit down, honey. Give me your hat and coat. We got lots to talk about.
Yeah, listen,
Tell me, how's Peggy? How is Peggy, that sweet wife of yours?
Everything is over between us.
No. But you've been married 18 years.
Bertha, how long can love last? It's only fortunate we found out before things went too far.
Oh, you can't mean it. What about your two children?
We were too young to know what we were doing.
Oh, listen, Riley, maybe if I talk to Peg...
Nothing you can say can make me change my mind. Goodbye.
Well, how'd you make out, Riley?
I don't know. I was in a daze. I said what you told me.
Good. What did she say?
I don't know. I hope it works. Oh, Gillis, marriage is one headache after another. If you ain't worrying about bills, you worry about the kids getting sick. And if it ain't the kids, it's your mother-in-law. And if it ain't your mother-in-law, it's something else. When you ain't worrying about another man breaking up your home, you're worrying about another woman breaking up your home. I tell you, marriage is horrible.
But you love it, don't you?
Yeah, that's the horrible part of it.
And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley, where we find Riley's wife, Peg, carrying on a somewhat puzzling telephone conversation.
Why, of course I remember you, Bertha. When'd you get into town?
Yesterday, didn't Riley tell you?
Oh, did he know?
Well, he was up to see me just now.
Oh, no. He didn't tell me.
Well, I guess he wouldn't, under the circumstances.
Well, what do you mean, Bertha?
Look, Peg, I'd like to talk to you about the divorce.
The divorce?
We can't talk about it over the phone. Can I come over?
Well, certainly.
I'll come over right away.
Well, all right, Bertha. Bye. Well, that's funny. I wonder who's getting divorced.
Oh, Peg, how's my sweet dumpling?
Well, your sweet dumpling just got a very peculiar telephone call, and I suspect you had something to do with it.
What phone call? How would I know anything about a phone call? I don't know what you're talking about. In fact, I didn't even know Bertha's in town. No, I take that back.
Riley, what are you hiding?
Now, wait, Peg. Let's keep our heads. Why get excited? There's nothing to get excited about. Absolutely nothing to get excited about.
Who's excited?
I am.
Riley, where were you just now?
Me? But nowhere. I don't remember. Wherever I was, I didn't go to see Bertha.
Now, Riley.
I didn't even go near the Biltmore Hotel. And I can prove it, too. Ask Gillis. He was there with me. No. No, I take that back.
Now, listen, Riley. You can't fool me. I know you saw Bertha, and I want to know what it's all about.
Well, it's this way. Bertha, look, Peg, I don't like to brag, but when you first met me, you must have noticed I was, well, different from other men.
Oh, yes, but I married you anyway. Now, what is all this about?
Well, it's nothing, Peg. Forget it. Nothing.
But why should Bertha phone me and say she wants to talk about some divorce?
Divorce? Don't believe her. You hung up, didn't you?
Well, no, I didn't. She's coming over here soon.
Well, don't let her in. I don't want to see her. I'm going out.
Riley, wait
don't
a
believe
minute.
a word she says. No matter what she tells you, remember, Peg, I love you. We'll never be separated. And if she wants me to run away with her, don't you worry. You're coming with us. Oh, what a mess. Bertha on one side of me, Peg on the other. This is the tightest spot I'll ever be in.
Don't you believe it?
Oh, it's you?
Yes, it is I indeed. Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. Your look... Riley, please change the expression on your face. This is my day off.
I'm in big trouble, Digger. Women. I'm telling you, one of these days a woman will drive me to my grave.
Not if I'm around, she won't. I'll help you if you'll state your trouble, dear chum.
You see, Digger, I've got two women crazy about me. My wife and my old girlfriend, Bertha.
I was in a similar predicament once. Lovely damsels were always fighting for my affection. For instance, I remember one little lady. Whenever she saw me, she would immediately drop the man she was out with.
Oh, you like that, huh?
Not exactly. She was working for me as a pallbearer.
Well, we're both nice fellows, Digger. Why did we have to get such a rotten break and be so attractive to women?
That's our curse. We're charming and gay. I dislike a braggart, but frankly, when I meet a woman, I send her out of this world.
What'll I do, Digger? I know that Bertha won't give me up. I'm just too lovable, and I know she won't listen to reason. She's too stubborn.
Ah, yes, a stubborn person usually comes to a bad end. Take, for instance, my friend Timothy Groot. I wrote a little poem about him. I quote, Groot was stubborn. He wouldn't listen to reason. He wouldn't wear a coat in the cold winter season. Now, snug as a bug is my friend Groot, but instead of a coat, he wears a mahogany suit.
Well, this Bertha's over at the house now, I think. She wants to make Peg divorce me.
What? And you left those two women alone under the same roof?
Well, I couldn't face that Bertha. I ran away.
Oh, Riley, that was the coward's way. There is a saying that we don't like in my profession. He who fights and runs away lives.
Well, I can't go back home now. I just can't.
But think, man, those two women driven by passion, loving you, hating each other. Think what might happen.
Oh, Digger. Oh, Digger, what have I done? Why, Peg might... I gotta get home right away before it's too late. Come with me, Digger.
I'd better not. If they see me, it's liable to give them ideas. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shuffling off.
Well, the joke's on me. Here I rush out to stop you from taking off for Reno, and you...
Well, I'm afraid I'm stuck with Riley for life. But I like it.
But I still don't get it, Peg. All those awful things Riley said at the hotel, it don't make sense.
Oh, it makes sense if you know what goes on in that so-called brain of my husband. He actually thinks that you're still carrying the torch for him.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Why, I just wanted to look him up and say hello for old time's sake.
Oh, I know, Bertha. You don't have to explain. And it was sweet of you to be so concerned about us.
Oh, well, I hate to see couples split up. I'm sentimental about marriage. I cry every time I get married. You know, Peg,
Oh, what's the matter?
There's something pressing against my back behind the cushion here. Why, it's a gun.
Oh, don't be scared. It's only Junior's cap pistol.
Oh.
That's Riley's idea of a hiding place. Oh, here, give it to me. I'll put it away so...
Peg, Bertha. Peg! That gun! Peg! Don't shoot her! I ain't worth it!
Why, Riley!
Bertha, tell her you'll give me up. Peg, it ain't worth the chair. Don't do it. Wait a minute. Wait, I solved it. I'll live 6 months with each of you. Only don't pull the trigger, man.
You actually think I was going to shoot Bertha?
What?
Oh, Bertha.
They're hysterical. Wait a minute. What's the big joke?
Oh, Riley. I was just...
Oh, Riley, if you aren't...
This is Junior's cap pistol.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Peg, you ain't going to shoot Bertha because she wants me?
If she wants you, she can have you.
Nothing doing, Peg. I've had 3 like him already.
But I thought Bertha was... You said she... Bertha, you mean I can stay with my sweet Peg and be happy like we've been?
Of course you can.
What a revolting development this is.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum is still in the printing business, but he hasn't been able to secure any sizable jobs yet. He is, however, planning to publish a new dictionary, one that will remedy such glaring omissions as the words ain't and ort from the dictionaries currently in use. As we look in on my little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Lum is back in the feed room with the printing press, and Cedric has just entered the store. Listen.
Oh, well, howdy, Cedric.
Howdy, Mr. Abner.
Come on in.
When did you get the bell put up on the door?
Oh, the other day. Lum says it's to wake me up when customers come in the store, but I never done no actual sleeping in here. I just sort of taking little cat naps, I think.
Yes, Mom. I got a letter here from Mr. Lum. Is he here?
Yeah, he's back there in the feed room working on that printing press. Hey, Lum. Come here, Lum. There's a letter for you. I never see old Lum no more since he got himself to where he thinks he's a big printer now.
Yes, Mom. What's he printing on now? Some more handbills?
No, I reckon it's that dictionary he's working on. Leastways, I heard him say he was aiming on printing up a new one. Who's the letter from, Cedric?
Oh, it's from Oxford Overnight Authors Institute of Midwest Missouri.
Authors Institute? But reckon they've heard about Lum writing that new dictionary already.
What was you wanted, Abner? I'm awful busy.
Oh, why, there's a letter here for you, Lum, from that Authors Oxford something or another.
Granny, is that here already? Let me see it.
Here it is, Mr. Lum.
Did you know you was going to get a letter from them, Lum?
Well, yeah, sort of. See, I seen an ad in a magazine last week, and I filled out the coupon and sent it into the Oxford Overnight Author Institute. And they're going to show me how I can get to be a big, famous author, practical overnight.
Well.
And I'll earn big money, too, they said.
Well.
I believe that's what I'd like to take up, earning big money. Well, this ain't no kind of a job for a boy like you, Cedric. Takes a feller with some literary experience to get to be a famous author.
Well, how do you know that you're going to earn big money at this job, Lum?
Well, Clinton B. Quincy of Chester, Pennsylvania is doing it.
Clancy B. Quentin of Chelsea, Pennsylvania. Who's he?
Well, he's a feller they tell about in the ad. He sent in the same coupon that I sent in less than 3 weeks, Clinton B. Quincy of Chester, Pennsylvania was making $300 to $400 a week, selling stories to Boys Workbench Weekly and Modern Tatting and Doily Review and Steam Fitters and Welders Monthly Magazine and I don't know what all.
Well, I do know.
And Clinton's only 23-year-old.
Huh.
So I figured I ought to start out making twice as much as him.
Well, is that what you're going to do, sell them stories to them Doily and Steam Welders magazines?
No, not me. That's small-time stuff.
Yes, huh?
I'm going in for big, long books. Novels. That's what I'm going to write.
Love novels?
Well, maybe. I don't know. I can tell you one thing, though. I'm quitting work on that dictionary. That's just a waste of time.
Tis, huh?
Why, sure. Can't find no other words they've left out except ort and ain't. There ain't no use copying down all the rest of the dictionary just to get them 2 words in. Feller can recollect them.
Why, sure. A fella ought to be able to recollect just 2 words, ort and ain't. Yeah.
Ain't you going to open up your letter, Mr. Lum? Oh, yeah. Might not forgot about that. See here.
Well, how's this letter going to help you get to be a famous author, Lum?
Just wait a second and I'll show you.
Huh?
Here, now, see this? This
Yeah.
is a aptitude test, I reckon it's called.
Well, what's an aptitude test?
It's a test they give me to see if I got aptitude or not.
Oh. Well, if you got it, is it serious?
I had appendicitis once, and that was serious. Well, this is different, though, Cedric. I had a whooping cough once, too, but that weren't serious, I don't think.
Little Pearl had the mumps once. Just had them on one side, though. Just one mump, I reckon. Had the mump, you'd call it, I reckon.
Well, aptitude ain't no kind of a disease, Abner. Just a test to see if I'm the type of fella that ought to be an author.
Uh-huh.
All I have to do is write out a couple of things they got listed down here and send it in. If I do good in that, then I can start right out being an author and earning big money. At least that's what the ad said.
Yeah, well, what kind of a thing have you got to write out there?
Well, if you'll get me some of them grocery pads there, I'll show you. I reckon I can write on the back of them all right.
Oh, sure, them ought to be fine. Can you reach him there, Cedric? They're closer to me, right there behind you.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's him.
Let me sit down here at the table. Yeah, that's better. Let's see. First, I'm supposed to write a description. Here's the grocery pads, Mr. Lum. Oh, what you buy, Cedric? Write a brief description of a familiar landscape, such as a picturesque valley or a wooded glen or a nearby hill. Well, that's easy.
What's a wooded glen?
I don't know. I'm going to take the nearby hill.
Oh.
I'll describe that over there back at your place.
You mean old Dead Stump Hill there?
Yeah, let's see now. Dead Stump Hill is a... What sort of a hill would you say that was, Abner? Big hill?
Well, no, it ain't exactly big. There's others around here bigger than that.
Yeah, it ain't exactly a little hill, neither.
No.
Because there's some that's littler than that.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe there's some that's more middle-sized, too.
Well, maybe you ought to just play safe and just say it's a hill and let it go at that, Mom.
Yeah, that's the best thing.
Yeah, I believe it is. Just a hill.
Dead Stump Hill is a hill.
Yeah.
Seems like I ought to say a little more than that. What else can you recollect about it?
Well, let's see. I seen a rabbit up there once, but I don't reckon you'd want to put that in. More likely he ain't there all the time. I can't think of nothing else.
It's got dead stumps on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, put that down. Dead Stump Hill is a hill. It's got dead stumps on it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it takes care of that first question, all right.
Hey, Doggy's Lum, I believe I could be a famous author, too, you know.
No, you couldn't, Abner, no. You ain't the illiterary type like me.
Oh.
Next, we have a question on dialogue.
Dialogue? What's that?
I think it means talking backwards and forwards one another.
Sounds like a log.
Says here, write a brief dialogue between a warden and a condemned convict. Or between an international jewel thief and a beautiful countess.
Doggy, that sounds interesting. Which are you going to take, the warden and the convict?
No, the others. I ain't never actually heard a warden talk.
Well, you ain't heard no beautiful countess talk neither, have you?
No, but if I ever met one, I know what to say to her.
You would, huh?
Let's see here now. I reckon the feller'd talk first, wouldn't he?
I reckon so. They say a woman always gets in the last word. Yeah.
All right, put him down first. He says in a very polite voice, "How do you do, Mom?"
Huh.
How do you do, Mr. Lum? I ain't talking to you, say. This is a national jewel thief talking.
Yeah. Say, what's his name going to be?
Yeah, I don't know.
How about that Quincy B. Chester of Clancy, Pennsylvania? I believe that'd be a good name for him.
No, this feller's name is Mr. Brown.
Brown? It don't sound like no jewel thief.
Well, that's why he used it, so folks won't get suspicious of him.
Oh.
That ain't his real name, of course.
Yeah, what's his real name? Quentin B. Chester of Chester, Pennsylvania?
Abner, shut up. Let me get this dialogue wrote.
Oh. So what do you got down there so far?
Well, so far, the jewel thief said, "How do you do, Mom?" And the beautiful countess answers him and says, "How do you do, sir?"
Yeah, that's coming back at him.
Yeah. And then, well, that's all so far.
What's the matter? Has a cat got their tongue?
Well, they're bashful.
Oh.
You see, they've just met one another.
Uh-huh.
Besides, he can study, he's sort of figuring out how he can steal her jewels.
Oh.
Naturally, you can't talk to her about that.
Oh, no, he wouldn't want to bring that up.
And he fell in love with the beautiful countess at first sight.
Well, good for him.
That's another reason he can't think of nothing to say. I know I never can.
Well, what do they do? Just stand there gawking at one another?
They ain't gawking. They're looking into one another's eyes. It's awful romantic right at this point.
Well, when does he steal her jewels?
He don't. The countess is so beautiful that he just can't do it.
Oh,
Instead of that, he turns around, walks away, and she never sees him again in her whole life.
Well, don't he even say goodbye?
No. He don't want to do nothing to break the spell.
It's a story.
He just wants to recollect her in his memory and all us see her that away. From then on, he never does no more jewel stealing the rest of his whole life, neither.
Well, reformed yourself.
Sure is a pretty story, Mr. Lum. Yeah, I thought it was when I read. I'm even better at this than I figured I'd be. Well, that takes care of the dialogue question.
Well, just a minute, Lum. Is that all you have to write down there? Just how to do, Mom, and how to do, sir?
Well, in this case, that's all. It'd ruin it to say any more.
My doggies, I know I could get to be a famous author.
Think I could, too.
Sure.
I'd write that good. How do you do, Mom? How do you do, sir? That's easy.
Of course it is.
Yeah, it might sound easy to you fellas, but it ain't. Takes a fellow with a lot of aptitude.
Huh.
Yeah, you gotta know something about it to turn out stuff like that. It ain't the actual words that count so much, it's the thoughts behind them.
Well, me and Cedric studied up the thoughts behind that person about that dead stump hill being a hill with dead stumps on it. You better put our names down on that aptitude test before you send it in.
I ain't gonna do no such a thing. I'm the only author around here.
Now, Lum, we just had as much to do with this as
Abner,
you did.
hitch up and let me see what else I got to do here. Interfere with my lesson. You have now completed the Oxford Overnight Aptitude Test. All you have to do now to become a full-fledged writer, earning a handsome income.
Me and Cedric could do this work just as good as you can, Lum Edders, any day in the
Granny
week.
Abner, I believe you're right.
Huh?
Maybe you and Cedric are the author types after all. Here, I'm going to turn all this over to you fellas.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Where are you going, Lum?
I'm going back to the feed room. I'll just be the printer around here. You two can be the authors. I'll see you later.
Yeah, all right. Doggy, Cedric, we're authors. You hear that?
Wonderful world.
Yeah, good for us.
When do we start earning that big money? That's what I want to know.
Oh, well, we got to finish this here aptitude test first, I reckon. Let's see, we'll fill this out and sign our names.
We're the author now, ain't
Why, sure, we can write better than that. All you have to do now to become a full-fledged writer earning a handsome income...
Boy...
is to mail the enclosed card, which will entitle you to the Oxford Overnight Authors Training Course for the special rate of $117.50.
And do you know what that music says?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say good health to all from Rexall. The stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes,
10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Corny Anderson, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Charles Correll. Now, I don't know where your Rexall drugstore is, but if it happened to be the same as mine, you'd find me down there about once a week, getting everything from shaving cream to household needs. You see, we make our Rexall drugstore a regular shopping center. That's because it has so many things that we all need, and they cost less. I just hope you have the habit, too, of shopping and saving at least once a week at your Rexall family drugstore.
Well, the Kingfish's wife, Sapphire, and her mother plan to fly out to Chicago and visit Sapphire's sister for a month. They plan on leaving tomorrow. But right now, a telegram has just arrived from Sapphire's brother, Leonard. Leonard has made the Army his career for the past 20 years, and now he's getting out of the Army in California. Right now, the Kingfish and the girls are discussing it.
Oh, Sapphire, I'm so proud of Leonard. 20 years in the Army. Woo! What a wonderful career.
Oh, yes, Mama. Why, he was on the beach in Normandy just 2 weeks after D-Day. Mm-hmm. He was so brave.
Brave? Huh. He actually landed at Normandy on D-Day, but it took the Army 2 weeks to get him out of the boat. That's
Now, that ain't true. He had a brilliant record and won all kinds of medals.
I wouldn't talk if I was you, George. I don't ever remember you being in the Army.
Well, that wasn't my fault, you know. You see, I was too young for the Spanish-American War and too old for the last one.
What about World War I?
I was too scared for that one.
Well, this will be the first real vacation Leonard has had in years. And he wants to come to New York and spend it with us. Oh, the sweet boy.
Now, wait a minute, here, Mama. You and Sapphire is going to Chicago.
Well, George, I thought while we was in Chicago, Leonard could come here and stay with you. You and him could get to know each other in the month we's away.
Now, wait a minute, here. I ain't having that chow hound staying here. With you two going away, this is the first peace and quiet I done had in 25 years of marriage. And I ain't having it messed up by no goofy brother-in-law.
But, George, you ain't never met Leonard. How do you know you wouldn't like him?
Listen, I has met all of your other sisters and brothers, and he's from the same litter. He's got about as much chance of turning out good as a peacock has of coming out of a vulture egg. You know?
All right. All right. Sapphire, if he feels that way about my son Leonard, I wouldn't have him come here and stay. We'll just wire him how George feels and tell him not to come.
You're right, Mama. That is the best way. Well, we better get packed, because, you know, we do at the airport first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sapphire, going to Chicago to see your sister, yeah. Just think, tomorrow the airplane is going to take you away. It's going to fly you to Chicago for a whole month. Take you and Mama away and leave me here in New York all alone. You know, it makes me realize something, Sapphire.
It does, George?
Yeah, up to now I never realized what a great personal favor them Wright brothers done for me at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Well, Mama and Sapphire done took the bus to the airport this morning. I'm going to have a little peace and quiet around here. I wish I could think of some way to pick up some dough while they're gone. Here I is at the lodge hall thinking about, wait a minute. Come in. Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Well, I hope so. I'm a little mixed up in my directions. I'm looking for the Utopia Sanitorium. It's a rest home.
Utopia Sanatorium. The name is familiar. Let me look in the telephone book here. Let me see here. Utopia. Y-O-T-O-P-I-A. Don't seem to be here. There's the wires right there, too. There it is.
Well, they ought to have a phone. They're charging me enough to stay there.
What is it charging you?
Well, I plan on staying a month or so. I just want peace and quiet. You see, I'm getting a $1,500 legacy, and I'm willing to pay them $500 for the month.
Utopia. Excuse me for protruding, Mother, but you say something about having trouble with your leg there and getting $1,500. What was that thing you said there?
I just said I'm getting $1,500 in cash, and I'm planning on paying the sanatorium $500 for the month.
You know, I know where that rest home is now. Hey, you keep going down the boulevard there, and it's right next to the rock quarry. You see the roundhouse is across the street.
Well, that certainly doesn't sound very restful to me.
Oh, I don't mean to run down that place. You see, I run the sanatorium myself, and I wouldn't want to say nothing unethical about the other dump. You see, I
see. You have a sanatorium.
Oh, yes, sir. Combination sanatorium and rest home. Before I get into this, though, could I ask you one question? You ain't got nothing catching, is you, mister?
No.
Now, what seems to be your trouble?
Oh, I'm just very nervous. What's the name of your place?
The Very Nervous Sanatorium. I, as Dr. Stevens, the head man over there, we especially good on nervous cases. I had a man to come in there just last month with the same vital stance. And in 1 week's time, we done slowed him down to a waltz.
Well, just what are your rates?
Oh, the same as the Utopia players. We all comes under the fair trade law. Can't shake it down over the prevailing rate, you know. All us doctors take the hypochondriac's oath when we go into this business.
Well, just where is this sanatorium of yours?
It's over on 134th Street. I tell you, it's so quiet over there, it's almost like being in a private residence. You could move in this afternoon, too.
Well, that's fine. And by the way, my name is Harry Thompson. I'll be back here later, and you can take me up to your sanatorium. And, by the way, does your service include a nurse?
Nurse? Well, tell you. You see,
Hi, Kingfish.
Well, look who's here. If it ain't male Nurse Brown.
Kingfish, what are you talking about, male nurse?
Nothing, Andy. I just explaining to this man here about the exclusive sanatorium I'm running up on 134th Street. You know the place.
No, I don't.
Of course you do. The one up in the apartment house. The one where this man is going to pay me $500 a month for resting up in there, understand?
No.
And in the world of famous sanatoriums where you is employed, you know, for $150 a month. You know what I'm talking about now, ain't it?
Oh, you mean the sanatorium where you're going to raise me to $175 a month because I keep you from losing so many patients?
Yeah, that's the place I had in mind, male Nurse Brown.
Well, I don't know. Male nurses. Hey, is this man a registered nurse?
Oh, registered? Oh, yes, sir. This is one of the most immaculate nurses in the city. Yeah, the Board of Health gave him the same sanitation rating as the swill cans over at the Waldorf. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm glad I'm getting into a nice place. And I'll be back here about 2 o'clock. I'll see you then.
Yeah, good day, sir. Yeah, what do you think, Andy?
Well, it sounds like a good deal. But you sure sprung it on me in a hurry.
Well, I wouldn't complain, Andy. It ain't often that a fella gets hired and gets a $25 raise for efficiency before we know what the job is. I ain't never heard of it. This is great. Yeah, I'll move that Mr. Thompson in this afternoon, and I'll be $500 to the good. This is one of the finest. This is the. Hello.
Hello, George. This is Sapphire. I'm calling from the airport.
Airport?
Yes.
Yeah, but honey, I think you left for Chicago a couple hours ago.
Well, George, all the flights have been canceled today on account of the weather. Mom and I won't leave till tomorrow morning.
Well, now wait a minute. Listen here. What is he going to do? Stay at a hotel out by the airport or something like that?
Of course not, George. Me and Mama's coming back home. We sure is tired, and we're looking forward to a good night's rest. Goodbye.
Holy mackerel. This is like Frank Buck getting bit by a dead rhinoceros. I don't know what...
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, one of the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products. Rexall's 5X multivitamins, for example. These vitamins are called 5X because each tablet supplies 5 times the minimum daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. One 5X tablet provides 5 times the minimum of all these vitamins known to be necessary in human nutrition. Vitamins A, D, B1, B2, and C. In addition, every 5X tablet gives you niacinamide and vitamin B12. So for a truly effective, a highly potent vitamin formula, ask for 5X. Rexall 5X multivitamins are sold at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Well, and Sapphire and Mama ain't leaving for Chicago till tomorrow. No. But there must be some way that we can keep that Mr. Thompson on the hook till then.
Yeah, well, let's get on in here and see our lawyer Calhoun. Maybe he got an angle.
Hiya, Calhoun. Excuse me, is you busy?
Oh, no, boys. Just working on my income tax.
Yeah, man. Look at all the papers and forms you got on the desk there.
Yeah. First, they sent me a form to file an estimate. Then they sent me my 1953 blank with a big booklet explaining the thing. Then they sent me a long profit and loss statement to fill out. Now they done sent me a registered letter asking why I didn't file no 1952 return.
Yeah, that's a lot of paper they sent you there.
I'll say. I figured out that it cost the United States government $12.80 to find out that I is a bum.
Now, look here, Calhoun. We in trouble, too. Now, listen, I in a jam.
Well, what is the fact?
Well, I decided to run a sanatorium in my apartment while my wife was away in Chicago for a month. And I signed up a patient for $500 to stay in the place starting tonight. Now my wife and her mama-in-law, they ain't going till tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a mess.
Oh, yeah, we are stuck with a hot patient on our hands.
Yeah, well, now, wait a minute here. You done told the man you had a sanatorium, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, lots of them sanatoriums have branches. You could keep them in one of the branches overnight.
One of the branches, huh? Yeah, but it'll cost a lot of money to put him in a hotel, and he ain't paying us till the end of the month.
Well, now, wait a minute. Look at here, Kingfish. Couldn't you take him up to Andy's room and tell him that was the annex of the sanatorium?
Yeah, Andy's room, the annex. Calhoun, that is a great idea.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. I only got one bed up there. The place is a mess. I ain't got no way to cook food or nothing.
And look here, we'll have to do it, that's all. We'll send out for the food. Oh, this is a great idea. Telling the man that your room is the annex. Oh, thank you, Calhoun.
Yeah, that's a great idea, all right. Yeah. Well, I got to get back to my financial statements here.
Yeah, you look like you was having a lot of trouble there, boy.
Trouble? First of all, I don't have no money to pay my income tax. I owes bills all over town. I is 5 months behind in my office rent, and the landlord threatens to evict me. Oh, I tell you, boys, I go into bankruptcy except for one thing.
Oh, what's that?
I ain't got the money to file the papers.
Well, just one more flight upstairs, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, Mr. Thompson. If you get tired carrying them suitcases, why, let me know. We'll stop while you're sitting down and get your breath.
No, it's all right. But I'm a little disappointed going to the annex.
Yeah. Well, you're going to love it here, though. You is right here, Mr. Thompson. I'll open the door for you there so you don't have to sit down in the cases. Step right in the annex here, Mr. Thompson. Watch that rat trap right there on the floor. Don't step on it.
Hey, wait a minute. This is a sanatorium? Why, it's just an old boarding house room.
Oh, we designed it that way to get away from the hospital effects, you see. A new style of decorating. What they refer to as ash can modern.
Well, I guess it's all right, as long as I'm going to move into your regular sanatorium tomorrow.
Yeah, you're going to love it up here. By the way, male nurse Brown.
Oh, yes, Doctor.
I see the last patient didn't make his bed up when he left.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll fix that up.
Reverse the sheet so the dirty side is next to the mattress there. See, we won't keep everything sanitary around here. Yeah.
I think the best side is up now.
Now, Miss Thompson, before I leave, I think I better give you a brief examination. See what kind of diet to put you on.
Examination?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, open your mouth there. I ain't got one of them wooden R sticks. I just have to hold your tongue down with a shoehorn here. Open your mouth there now and say, ah. Yeah, take a look in there, male nurse.
Yeah, let me get up there.
No, don't put your head in there. You're blocking my light there. Look out there. This match's going to burn the man's tongue. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's better.
Wow. Look there. He's got something hanging down there in the back of his mouth.
Yeah, we better keep an eye on that. If it gets any worse, we might have to snip it off.
Hey, wait a minute. That's my palate.
Yeah, well, don't worry. I'll have male nurse Brown rub some peritonitis on it for you. Maybe it'll go away. Let me feel your pulse here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you're nervous, all right. Your pulse has got a rumble beat to it. Hey, nurse, I want this man put on a light diet.
How light, Doctor?
Well, don't let it run over 35 cents a day. Keep
okay.
Now, you got nothing to worry about, patient. Nurse Brown here will be on 24-hour duty right here.
You mean he's going to be in the same room with me?
Better than that, he's going to be in the same bed with you there.
I never heard of anything like that.
Oh, just a safety measure, yes, sir. On real serious cases, I crawls in there, too, you see.
I don't know if I'm going to like this arrangement.
Miss Thompson, we feel that if a man is really sick, if they ever have the hospital staff right in the bed with him there, you see. Now, I want you to hop right in bed there and start resting right away, Miss Thompson.
Well, all right. But I must say, I don't know if I'm going to like this place.
Oh, that's all right. You're going to just be here one night. See, you move over to the regular sanatorium tomorrow. Yeah, we feature 2 sheets on the beds over there.
Well, very well. I'll put up with it for one night, and that's all.
Now, get undressed there. Now, Nurse Brown, Nurse. Hey, Nurse.
What you want, Doctor?
Let the patient get in bed first, will you, please?
But, Sapphire, we come out here to Chicago to spend a month with your sister.
I don't care, Mama. She's too bossy, and I ain't going to stay under her roof one day longer.
Well, all right, daughter. Well, what are you going to do?
I just called the airport, Mama. They can give us reservations that would get us in New York at 9 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Oh, will George be surprised when we show up?
Complexion carries so easy now with just one single cream.
And Delafield's all-purpose deep cream is all creams in one. A cleansing cream, a face cream, skin cream, eye cream, throat cream, night cream.
The secret formula for this single superb cream was developed by Anne Delafield, world-famous beauty expert and advisor to thousands of debutantes, career women, and social leaders.
Yet, Anne Delafield's all-purpose cream costs no more than a single-purpose cream.
So the next time you need any cream, be sure to get the golden top jar of Anne Delafield's all-purpose deep cream. It's the only cream you need. The one complete complexion cream for busy modern women.
And remember, Anne Delafield's all-purpose deep cream is sold only at Rexall drugstores, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Well, Brother Andy, how's the patient doing since we moved him into my apartment here? Did he go to sleep?
Oh, yeah. I put him to bed back in your mama's room there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, he really getting peace and quiet. He got a little suspicious, though, when he went in the bathroom and seen that camisole your mama left hanging there.
Hey, holy mackerel, what did you tell him?
I just said it was a straitjacket left over from our last patient.
Yeah. Hard move, Andy. Now, listen, I think I'll walk down to the corner and pick up evening paper.
Yeah, you know something, Kingfish? You're sure lucky Sapphire and her mama's in Chicago. Boy, if they knowed what you was doing here in this apartment.
Yeah, well, we don't need to worry about them, Andy. Well, I'll be right back, old boy.
Okay.
Well, let me get down the stairs here. Kind of dark here. Well, I'll get out the front door here and, excuse me, girls, your bags is in the way. I'd like to get by.
Why, George, it's us, me and Mama.
Well, oh, yeah.
What's the matter, Baldy? Ain't you glad to see us?
Oh, yeah, I was just, the thing is,
Well, George, get out of the way. We want to go upstairs.
Yeah, we is exhausted. When I hit that bed, you won't hear a sound out of me all night.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't count on that, Mama.
What's wrong with you, George? Take our bag.
Well, now, look here. Wait a minute. I've got a better idea than that, honey. I'll run on up to the landing and put on the lights up there, you see.
Well, hurry up. We'll carry our own bag.
Yeah. Holy mackerel. I got to do something to warn Andy to get that Mr. Thompson out of there. It's Mama and me, and Sapphire makes three. We'll come into our blue heaven.
George, what are you singing about?
Oh, nothing, honey. I'm just happy. Do-de-o-do-de-do.
Well, stop being so happy and get up them stairs.
All right. Pack up the patient in his old kit bag and blow.
Stop that nonsense and turn on them lights. You want us to trip on the stairs here?
Out the window he must go. Through the kitchen, down the stairs, here comes a couple of grizzly bears.
George, I've never seen you act so strange in my whole life. Now get that door open and let us get in there.
Yeah, wait till I find my keys here. Get out. Well, I got them here someplace.
George, what was that?
What was what?
That noise inside.
Noise inside? Mice.
Mice don't make that much noise.
Well, these has been eating well, yeah.
George, there's somebody in there. Open the door.
There you is, Mama. No one in the living room, see there?
I distinctly heard someone. Now, let's look in the bedroom.
Wait a minute now,
Well, there's nobody in our bedroom.
Let me see about mine. No. There's nobody in mine. Oh, hey, what's my bed doing all mussed up?
Well, Mama, I was sleeping in there while you was away.
George, is you sure you didn't have nobody up here? Nobody at all?
No, Sapphire, there ain't been no one in our little homicide here. No, it ain't.
Well, all right. Come on, Mama. We'll sleep in my room tonight. Let's put our things away.
Oh, me. Oh, that was close. Yeah, but I wonder what Andy done with Mr. Thompson. I can't understand why. Somebody at the front door.
Hey, Kingfish.
Andy, where's you got him?
Well, when I heard you coming, I dragged him out of the back door and run him around in front of the house in his nightgown. I got him in the hall now.
You got him out in the hall?
Yeah.
Listen, Andy, I'll duck in the room and get his clothes. You take him over to your room, and we'll straighten out the thing the first thing in the morning.
Yeah, okay, Kingfish. I stuck him in the broom closet out in the hall.
In the broom closet?
Yeah.
Didn't he object?
No, he's half asleep. I told him it was a steam cabinet. I was about to blow some smoke through the keyhole. That ought to hold it for a while. Yeah, Amos, I threw a topcoat on the patient, and we took the crosstown bus over to my place.
Well, Andy, that is the doggone is mixed up. I don't ever hear it. Carrying that poor fellow all over town.
Well, it's all straightened out now, Amos. The Kingfish done went up this morning and told Sapphire and her mama the truth.
Yeah, well, I'm glad he did that, 'cause I guess they was mad, though.
Mad? Boy, they was burned up. But then the Kingfish explained to them about the $500.
Oh, yeah.
So they finally agreed to take the fella in, providing the Kingfish divided the money with them at the end of the month.
Yeah, well, I guess that's all he could do. They sure could use that $500 to pay some of their bills. You know, the Kingfish was telling me they got some bills up there that's been laying around for 6 months. I guess he's going to pay those first.
Oh, no. He's going to let those go. He's going to pay the old ones first.
Oh, the old ones. Come in. Well, how'd you sleep last night, Mr. Thompson?
Oh, just fine. But I must say, I'm getting pretty tired of bouncing back and forth between here and the annex.
Yeah, well, that's part of the nerve cure, what we call the ping-pong treatment. Mr. Thompson, I want you to meet Sapphire here. She's going to be your nurse from now on instead of male Nurse Brown.
Well, that'll be fine. Oh, how do you do, Sapphire?
How do you do?
Well, I want you to promise me one thing, patient, that during the month that you was here in the sanatorium, to do everything the nurse tells you to do.
Well, I promise, Doctor.
Fine. Now, you'll excuse me. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Patient, I want you to promise me one thing.
No, what's that?
That during the month you're staying here, you'll never let Dr. Stevens know we tricked him and that you is my brother, Leonard.
This is Harlow Wilcox with comforting words for you victims of acid indigestion. The words are Bismarex Gel. This exclusive Rexall antacid in liquid form is more than just a temporary remedy. To be sure, it does work quickly, often within the minute. But aside from speedy action, Bismarex Gel prolongs your relief for hours with its 4-way relay action. Bismarex Gel neutralizes excess acid, relieves heartburn, eases gastric distress, and covers irritated stomach membranes with a soothing coating. This protective coating assures prolonged as well as prompt relief from acid-upset stomach. So, before the next emergency, be ready with Bismarex Gel. You spell it Bismarex-Gel. Bismarex Gel. Rexall's own 4-way liquid antacid at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, rely on your Rexall family druggist. And when you visit him, would you be kind enough to say that Amos and Andy sent you? Thank you, and good night.
See you next Sunday.
At the first sign of a cold, take Anapac.
Rexall Anapac with antihistamine.
And at any stage, from the first sniffle to a full-fledged cold, get relief with Anapac.
A-N-A-P-A-C. Rexall Anapac with antihistamine at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Be sure to be with us at this same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, it's the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show. With Bill Goodwin, Bea Benaderet, Hal March, and Marvin Miller.
As we look in at the Burns home today, we find George talking to Gracie. Sounds simple, doesn't it? We'll try it sometime. You look worried, Gracie. What's the trouble?
I think too much, George. I'm afraid my brain will wear out.
Really? What do you think about?
Everything. Oh, I'm way ahead of other people. Look at that girl who married Cary Grant. Everybody says, what a smart girl.
Well?
I thought of marrying Cary Grant years ago.
You're thinking every minute.
I come from a family of thinkers. Big thinkers.
The biggest.
My brother Willie is famous for thinking on his feet.
He is, huh?
Sure. When anyone asks him how much 2 and 2 are, he takes off his shoes and thinks on his feet. Yeah.
Yeah, that Willie's a bright kid. He must have gotten some high marks in school.
Willie got the highest marks ever given by a teacher.
Willie?
Yes. They were on top of his head. She hit him with a ruler.
That's a brother to be proud of.
Yeah. Oh, and all my sisters are smart, too. Pearl, Bessie, Westinghouse, Hazel. But my sister...
Gracie, I've always wanted to ask you, how did Westinghouse get her name?
Oh, well, when she came along, my mother really wanted a refrigerator.
Westinghouse Allen. Nice name.
Well, anyway, my sister Bessie...
Gracie, aren't you getting kind of tired?
No, I could talk for days about my family.
That's what I'm afraid of, yes. You know, Gracie, I think you've got too much time on your hands. You ought to get out of the house for a while. Go places to see things.
You think so?
Oh, sure. Los Angeles is full of stuff you've never seen.
I've seen it. I've even breathed it.
I didn't mean that. Besides, that's exaggerated. This is the land of sunshine. Everyone wears smoke glasses.
Yeah, but they're not smoked when they put them on.
Well, there are lots of indoor things to see, like the Los Angeles Museum. There's a wonderful place to spend the day.
Do you really think it'll rest my brain to go there?
Believe me, honey, the museum is just the place for your brain.
Then I'll go. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Goodbye, honey. You know, this is not a new thing with Gracie. She's tried to stop thinking before, but she never knew when she succeeded. The last time she suffered a relapse and started thinking, I recommended the opera. I asked her if she'd like to see Il Trovatore, and she said she'd rather go some night when he wasn't sick. Anyway, I took her to see Carmen, which is a Spanish opera, only it was sung in Italian by an all-German cast. Fortunately, the program was printed in English, so at least it was possible not to understand it in my own language. The reason I took her to the opera is because she wanted to give her brain a rest. Personally, I love the opera because it's so believable. There was a 96-pound tenor, and he sings to a 350-pound soprano, I will take you in my arms and fly away with you. He's going to fly away with her. Unless this kid has got a rocket in his back pocket, he isn't even going to get her off the ground. You know, it surprised me the way I learned to appreciate opera immediately. I fell asleep in all the right places. Not an easy thing to do, you know, with all that hollering going on. I got my biggest kick watching the people sitting in the Diamond Horseshoe, the ones with the fancy opera glasses, you know, the popsicle type. You know, they come on a stick. I found out that they really don't look through those opera glasses. They just hold them so they can flash those big diamonds on their hands. Gracie's brother Willie was with us. He bent over to pick up his program and blinded them all with the seat of his blue serge pants. To tell you the truth, Willie wasn't really with us. He just came along for that last joke. Gracie loved the opera. After the first aria, when everybody yelled bravo, she said, let's go back to meet him, and I said, later. Then they played the Toreador song. Gracie says, George, that's the same music they used to play when we were in vaudeville. She says, and look, there's Sam Spivak, the acrobat. I said, where? She says, that big fat fella in the tight little pants. I says, Gracie, that's Lawrence Melchior, and he's no acrobat. She says, how did he get in those pants? After the opera was over, we were walking home, and Gracie says, George, do you think my brain is really rested by now? I said, I think so. She says, good. Let's go back to the opera house and get my shoes. Oh, well, I see Gracie has arrived at the museum.
Well, it's awfully nice of you to offer to show me through the museum.
Oh, the pleasure will be mine, dear lady. By your presence here, you prove that you are an intellectual, interested in culture. In this age of television, man strains his eyes watching the antics of puppets and buffoons, while the great art treasures of the ages stand here, gathering dust. You have given me renewed faith in the intelligence of the human race.
Well, thank you.
Together we shall explore the civilizations of the past. Shall we begin our tour with the ancient Greeks?
No, they'll slow us down. Let's go alone.
Oh, delightful. You also have a sense of humor. Oh, this will indeed be a pleasure. Suppose we start here with the famous statue of Venus de Milo.
Oh, that poor woman. Let's see what it says here on this pedestal. BC 470. Oh, that must be the license number of the car that hit her.
Excellent, excellent. I must tell that in our curators' meeting.
Oh, look at these statues.
These figures are all from an ancient Greek frieze.
Well, no wonder they froze. They have no clothes on.
You know, a horrible doubt has just crossed my mind. I don't think you're kidding.
Well, of course I'm not. Now, where will we go now?
Why don't you go home and watch television?
No, this is more fun. Now, what's in this next room here?
Famous paintings, but I don't think you like them.
Oh, yes, I would. Great artists just fascinate me. I love paintings.
I have an original Botticelli I could show you.
Oh, no, I want to see the pictures. Now, come along.
Madam.
Oh, here are the paintings. My, you have lots of them. What's this one?
This is a copy of a masterpiece by Michelangelo.
Oh, yes, I've heard of Michelangelo. He paints for Life magazine.
The pictures which you saw in Life magazine were painted by Michelangelo over 400 years ago.
Oh, I know how it is. Those magazines take forever to publish your things. You know, I sent a story to Cosmopolitan once.
Madam, I have a suggestion. Have you ever been to the Huntington Library and Art Gallery?
No.
It's in Pasadena. Now, there is a lovely museum.
Now, I don't think you should call Pasadena a museum. Just because the people are quiet and go to bed early certainly doesn't mean...
I was referring to the art gallery.
Now, come on, show me your pictures.
This next one is by Titian. All of the paintings in this group go back to the Renaissance.
Oh, they just loaned them to you, huh?
The paintings are ours. The Renaissance is a period in history. For example, here is a magnificent Leonardo da Vinci, 1476.
I'll take it.
Give me strength. 1476 is the date the picture was painted, not the price. You could not purchase any original masterpiece for less than $100,000.
Is that so? Well, there certainly is money in painting, isn't there?
If you happen to be a genius, yes.
Oh, I wonder if I'm a genius. You know, I bet I am.
Madam, if you are a genius, I am Clark Gable.
Well, marriage has certainly changed you. Well, George, I'm back.
So soon?
Yes, and am I glad you sent me to that museum. Oh, put the things right in here, fellas.
Okay, miss. Dump it here, Fred. What is all this? What is all this? What is all this? Thank you. What is all this? That's everything, miss.
Thank you, boys. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye. Now, what is all this?
Oh, George, if you have something to say, I wish you'd say it.
I'll try. What is
because
all this?
I have to get busy with my painting. That's why I bought all this equipment. Canvas, picture frames, paint, brushes. Now, what have you been trying to say?
Nothing.
Couldn't that have waited?
So you've taken up painting?
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to paint?
Masterpieces. They bring the most money. Now, for example, let's say I only turn out one masterpiece a day. And let's say I sell it at rock bottom price, $100,000. That's $100,000 a day, 364 days a year.
365.
Well, I'll need one day to take the money to the bank.
Gracie, before you can paint a masterpiece, you have to be a master, a genius.
Well, artistic geniuses run in my family.
If they get into your family, I don't blame them for running.
My Uncle Charlie used to draw pictures of Lincoln in Washington, and they were so good you couldn't tell his drawings from real money. You know, he'd be famous, but he gave it up to play baseball.
Where did he play baseball?
Sing, sing.
If he was so clever, how come he got caught?
Well, he was so proud of his work, he signed his name to it.
Well, I'm glad they put him away.
Oh, not for long, though. He painted a picture of an open door on the prison wall.
So?
So while the guards were trying to close it, my uncle walked out the front gate.
Well, if you want to take up painting as a hobby, it's okay by me. Maybe it'll keep you busy. Certainly bought enough, Hey, what's that little animal in the cage?
Well, George, I'm afraid you don't know much about painting. That's something every artist must have, a weasel.
A weasel?
Oh, and did I have trouble finding one? No wonder great painters are scarce. There aren't enough weasels to go around.
Honey, you misunderstood somebody. Painters don't use a weasel. They use an easel.
Oh? A male weasel, huh?
An easel holds the picture while you're painting it.
Oh, what a clever little animal. Oh, but you could do it. You're as strong as a weasel.
I'm stronger than a weasel. Much stronger.
Oh.
Isn't so bad. Could be worse. Come to think of it, it has been. I remember when Gracie wanted to be a ballet dancer, and they told her at school she'd have to have a pair of strong calves. She had fresh milk for a week. Andy, but you know how you get too much of a good thing.
I'm afraid I have to disagree with you, George. Our product is one good thing you just can't get too much of. Then we insert the middle commercial here.
Gracie's now in the painting business. She came home with $200 worth of artist material and was painting everything in sight. Finally, I put my foot down. I got red toenails. You know, at one point I thought she was going to give up the whole thing. That was when she laid down her brush and said,
George, I'm kind of discouraged.
"What's the trouble, Gracie?"
Well, I've been painting for 2 hours now, and I still haven't turned out a masterpiece.
Well, you're just a slow starter, that's all.
Of course, I've had some bad luck. First of all, I'm getting no cooperation whatever from that weasel.
I forgot to take it back to the pet shop.
Well, you said he'd hold a picture for me. But the minute I let him out of the cage, he ran under the house.
I didn't say that.
I crawled in after him, but I finally had to give it up. It's too dark to paint under there.
That would even slow down Rembrandt.
And I'm having trouble mixing the paint, too. I got a bucket and mixed all the colors together in it.
What color did you get?
Aluminum. That's the only color buckets they had.
In the first place, Gracie, you're supposed to mix the paint on your palette.
Oh, don't be silly. I'd swallow it.
Serves me right. I shouldn't have asked that. Why don't you take up another hobby?
No, George. We Irish aren't quitters. Look at that other great Irish painter, Michelangelo.
Oh, Van Dyke was good, too.
Was he?
Oh, Van Dyke.
Well, I'm going next door. I'm going to talk to Blanche Morton. She always encourages me and cheers me up.
Okay, honey, but first you're going to help me catch that weasel. Here, you take the flashlight.
All right.
Come on. There we are. Now, you stow the light under the house while I crawl in.
All right.
Well, turn it on.
Well, I can't. You told me to throw it under the house.
Go see Blanche Morton.
I think painting is a wonderful idea, Gracie. I'm for you.
Oh, thank you, Blanche.
Lots of entertainment stars go in for art. Linda Darnell, Claudette Colbert, one of them.
Oh?
Linda did a beautiful portrait of her husband. And do you know what Irene Dunn did?
No, what did she done do?
She done painted a picture.
Oh, I wish I could. But I've had nothing but trouble.
Oh, Gracie, you don't know what trouble is. Rembrandt lived in poverty and died in bankruptcy.
He moved, huh?
No, he starved. He suffered. Lots of great artists did. But it seems like the more they suffered, the better they painted.
Blanche, that's it. That's why I haven't been able to paint. I haven't suffered.
You haven't suffered? Honey, you've been married to George Burns for 17 years.
Living with George is wonderful. He's so...
Oh, my goodness, here comes Harry home for dinner, and I haven't got it ready. That man can eat a horse.
Really?
Harry, you're home early.
Yeah, I had to get away from that office. It was a madhouse, honey. Oh, hello, Gracie.
Oh, please, Harry, don't be pleasant to me. I'm trying to suffer.
Huh?
I'm about to paint a masterpiece.
You're going to paint a masterpiece? Where's George?
He's under the house chasing a weasel.
Blanche.
Oh, now, don't bother, Blanche. She's cooking you a horse for dinner.
Well, back to the office.
Wait, Harry.
Well, I'll run along, Blanche. Bye.
Why couldn't we live next door to something restful? Like a boiler factory.
Don't get upset, dear. Gracie's taken up a new hobby, painting. And she thinks you have to suffer to be a painter.
George is the one who should be a painter. You have no idea what he takes from Gracie.
No, but it must be quite a tidy sum.
Why don't you stop with that? George could be a success without Gracie.
Yeah, like Edgar Bergen could without McCarthy.
Now, that's a real silly comparison. Bergen works with a dummy, and George... Okay, you win that point.
don't you go insinuating that Gracie's a dummy. She's perfectly normal.
Normal, huh? Do you know what she did when her alarm clock broke?
What?
She telephoned Time magazine and left a call for 7 o'clock. I rest my case. Now, how about dinner?
Back again, Rembrandt?
Yes, George. I found out that you have to suffer before you can paint, so I'm going to suffer like mad.
I see. What's in the package?
A pair of new shoes, size 2.
You wear size 4.
Get the idea?
I get it. You answer the door. I'm going in the den and run through some of the tunes I've got to do at the Friars Frolic.
Come in.
Hi, Gracie. What's doing?
Oh, hello, Bill. I'm taking up painting.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Say, that's a wonderful hobby. You know, I went to art school for years. We used to hire beautiful models to come in and pose for us. Gorgeous girls.
Oh, I'd like to see some of your paintings.
Who painted?
Well, I'm serious about my art, Bill. I'm trying to suffer so I can paint a masterpiece. But it's almost impossible to suffer around here.
It is?
Well, sure, I'll open the door to the den and show you why.
And if I call her buttercup, the dandelions will eat her up. So why ring and change your name?
Did you hear that?
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to paint.
Why, Bill.
Gracie?
Oh, hello, Bill. Oh, hi, George. Gracie tells me she's going to paint.
Yeah, but she thinks she has to suffer first. Relax, honey. Believe me, it's possible to suffer without knocking yourself out. Look at me.
He's right, Gracie. If you want to suffer, look at George.
Pay no attention to him, honey. What are you going to paint?
Why, you, of course.
Me?
Yeah, in some famous pose like September Morn.
You're going to paint me nude?
Oh, of course not. I'll wear a smock. Otherwise, I won't have a pocket for my brushes.
Oh, yes. Paint me as I am, and let's get started.
Now, be patient, George. It's almost finished. Just a few more strokes of the brush.
I'm dying to see it.
Well, it's truly a masterpiece. I'm so glad I bought these tight shoes.
Does it look like me?
Look like you. Well, it's so good I can hardly tell you apart. Are you tired, dear?
A little.
Why did you answer me?
Just did.
How do you like that? I was talking to the picture.
We look so much alike, huh?
Yes, yeah. You know how your nose is right in the middle of your face?
Yeah.
Well, it's the same way here.
Well, it's a nice place to put it.
And you know your eyes are so big and bright. And, George, where do you think I put your ears?
One on each side?
You peeked.
No, I just took a wild guess. Come in.
Oh, Blanche and Harry. I've just finished my painting. Come over and look at it.
All right. Hey, this is good.
Oh, it certainly is.
Do you recognize it?
Well, sure. It's the yellow cab with the doors open.
Harry, don't be ridiculous. Whoever saw a yellow cab with two bloodshot headlights? And a radish hanging between them.
George, are you going to sit there and let these people say things like that about you?
George, this is a picture of you?
Yes, Harry.
Oh, well, George, we didn't know that.
Didn't know that.
We owe you an apology.
Apology we owe you.
it's a wonderful likeness. The only difference between this picture and you is that the radish on your face is lost.
Goodbye, Harry.
Come on, Blanche.
No. Gracie, stop crying. Stop it. What do they know about painting? I'll bet it's good. Turn it around so I can see it.
There.
Why, that's... By golly, it does look like a yellow cat. Oh, I was only kidding. Oh, don't be discouraged. I'll tell you what. You know that new dress you saw in Magnan's window? It's yours.
Can I have a new hat to go with it?
Sure you can.
And a coat?
Okay, you can have the coat, too. Baby. Now, stop. Forget the painting. We'll burn it.
Well, God, it's beautiful. It's a masterpiece.
Well, what are you crying about?
These shoes hurt my feet.
Oh, no.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. But first, we insert the commercial. Now, here are our stars.
Oh, now, darling, I know you've had a bad day, but I'll make it up to you. Put your head here right in my lap. That's it. Oh, you're so cute. Just love to run my fingers through your hair.
Gracie, stop petting that weasel and come to bed. Good night, folks.
The George Burns and Gracie Ellen program was transcribed in Hollywood.